Kind of feeling some Janna here. I think the Janna games were pretty good yesterday. So we might just ban Soraka then. I think we need to ban Soraka unless it's first rotation, because I just don't know how to beat her. Yo, what up, Scott? Is that a party hat? You partying over there? Alright, we're first pick. I mean, I kind of do want to play Soraka then.
I must not fall.
I think my win rate's still over 60%, Soraka. And my win rate in general on this account's like 55%. Soraka's like 60. I was just looking at that earlier. I think I closed the tab. Double assassin can be pretty rough. That's already one assassin. They do a jungle assassin. That can be kind of rough, but I can probably deal with it. Ha! I hope so, Matt. Help get me through the night shift too. If we get some wins. Master Yi. I mean, exhaust does help a little bit with him, but it doesn't slow his attack speed, it doesn't slow his movement speed, so It does reduce his damage. It also does not reduce true damage. So it won't reduce the true damage part of his kit. So it's like, you can get a watered down exhaust for him, you know, but probably rather just have barrier. And just hope that that, you know, lets me live for a little bit longer. Alright, so... Hey, what's up, Jesus? What's up, Aaron? Scott? I wish the emotes were, like, bigger. I really think that if YouTube just went harder on the emotes, then that would step their streaming game up a lot. Like, I think that the chat boxes should potentially be bigger, and especially the emotes should be bigger, so it's, like, easier to read. Maybe it is bigger, like, on phones or something, but it doesn't seem like it'd be that hard to adjust. Okay. We should be able to beat this lane bottom. Now, the black shield on Master Yi and Yasuo can be obnoxious later on.
For peace of mind.
Wait, Volibear's sudden... Oh, okay. Does that work on him? Does it count as a dash? When he lunges at somebody? That seems pretty bad, not having... I don't know.
Minions have spawned.
Bigger's better? Well, might be a limit to that. Depends on who you're talking to, but...
I heed their call.
I'd say it's a good, probably a good rule of thumb. Probably depends on the physics of the situation.
This is my path. Violence cannot go.
If Jinx was up here pressuring with me, it'd be a lot better. Even if Morg hits that, it's like, who cares? It doesn't... Nice trade, bruh.
First blood.
Nice, okay. If he stays, I'm going E. If he backed, I'm going Q.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay. So I think we push one more wave. And Q does help push. It's a shame we didn't get the plate, but... we still denied a lot of experience to him, so...
Gracefully.
Get some boots and a ward. Mana's fine. This is all Yasuo ADC. The chat box size. Yeah, I was too. I mean, what else would I be talking about? It sucks I got that, but I mean, I guess he'd already flashed. Probably unnecessary to throw that Q there, but
What must be
I know, dude. I'm just last hitting.
such hatred in their hearts.
Well, we haven't seen him beat us. Well, the only reason he beat us is just catastrophic failure in the mid game. He did win against us, but it was just like stupid lane swaps. We crushed him in lane.
For peace of mind.
It wasn't me. My guns have minds of their own.
This is my path.
I mean, I could see its usefulness. It's just, oh crap! I didn't mean to take all that.
To heal and
Wow.
protect.
Just getting warmed up.
All right, we're going one more. Damn, she's in this really awkward buy zone here.
Violence cannot go unanswered.
Okay, well now she can at least. Well, she can't really get a pickaxe, so I gotta buy.
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and.
Never waste.
I know that sucks. Like, that's the BF problem, man. I talked about this in my itemization video. It's like, okay, we're like winning lane, but she can't get a good back timing because she has to have 1,300 gold. And the first time she got a kill, you know, the right thing to do is back. We could have overstayed, but the right thing to do is back. And she couldn't get a BF sword on her first back, so she had to get a pickaxe. And now we got a kill. Once again, the right thing to do is back. But she can't, so, or like we did, but I mean, I guess I could have stayed for another like 2 waves. It's just like that's the only build path that's standard that has to deal with that. So that's the problem. I mean, like I said before, if you're doing unusual things, it could be effective, but yeah, you better be prepared to hear about it from your teammates. I don't think that Ghost on Soraka is just like unspeakably bad. I do think that Barrier is better, but I understand the reasoning behind it. It makes sense why you would want to do Ghost in some matchups maybe, but...
For peace
Shut
of
down.
mind.
got Rocket. Shouldn't have mana, though. How did he get close enough? I guess she turned. Ooh. Alright, well, volley's going off. It's good. Yeah, we'll just go with Themes here.
To heal and protect.
Destroyed a turret.
Never waste a breath.
A little bit late on the ward conversion because I missed like 2 or 3 cannons, which is bad. I would have had 3 wards here if I had gotten that. We're kind of pinned anyway, so it's not like I have the freedom to roam around and place those wards, but I mean, 3 more wards is 3 more wards. Yeah, I think we go 2 plates, and then, 2 plates and dragon. They did try to fix the ADC problem by creating Stormrazor, so it was a faster build path. But, like, they're just overthinking it. It's just, like, just make BF Sword build out of 2 longswords. Like, 2 longswords plus another 600 gold or whatever it is. What do I think about the Guardian changes? They're probably fine.
Where am I needed?
It's obviously a little bit weaker in the late game, but
Turret plating will fall soon.
I think it's still a pretty good rune. I mean, it'll put up probably like 1,500 to 2,000 shielding in a lot of games. It just depends, but it's probably a nerf from where it was. There we go. Oh, the fadeaway.
Minds of their own.
I didn't see where. Okay, Yee's top. Build out of 10 pickaxes. I just think pickaxe. I don't know. I talk about this in my itemization video. I just think that most components, like basic components toward an item, should be between like 300 and 600 gold. I don't think I could have gotten it with her. It's possible, but
Never waste a breath. Gracefully.
No. Don't give him a free tower, guys. Please, can we not do this every game? How does nobody know this?
I lend my aid.
Who the hell perpetuates this stupid ass myth? Like, it's so bad. Like, look at what Jinx did for the last 2 minutes. Nothing. Just walked around in circles with me. Like, we just gave him a free tower. Why does everyone think you automatically have to switch lanes when you take the tower? Holy shit. Jesus Christ, and he's actually there. We might, if we lose the game, that's where we lost it. Again, was the ADC rotating top. I need to just spam ping on him saying, do not leave your lane to go top. Do what we started to do. Just ward up their jungle, rotate middle if you want to pressure middle, and then go catch the wave bottom. Like, you cannot completely give up the wave bottom. Like, Garen also doesn't have TP, so he can't TP there. Everyone thinks, I gotta carry my lead, I gotta go top lane and try to push it. It's like, but you're not. You're giving them a 100% free tower bot lane. This Yasuo just got bailed out again. And you want to play around your vision. Like, you just got the tower, which means you just got a lot of free vision. Okay, they're going to get him.
This is my path.
Like, play around the vision. We just got his whole jungle warded up. Like, why don't we go, like, jump this Yi? I guess we just stall him here and just let him split. I don't know. They better get this tower. If they get inhibitor, that's word. They better get it. No, just leave, man. Well, yeah, I mean, I know the idea behind the switch, but it's still a terrible idea most of the time. Because you have to have your top laner go bottom at the same time. Where you just get, like... The thing is, it's like, yeah, that play sounds good. You know, just rotate top, but there's going to be resistance up there, right? They're still going to have their top laner up there. They might have other people rotate up there. But you're, like, 100% giving away bottom. So you're doing, like... You're 100% giving away a resource. You're not playing around your vision and the open, like, opportunities you just created by taking down their tower. And, like, you're giving them a 100% play. Like, it's 100% and maybe you trade back and you don't get anything out of the open map you just created. Like, your ability to get picks, steal their jungle camps. All that stuff. It's like, yeah, I mean, the Grand Slam play, like you said, is get Rift, go get a bunch of towers top. But I think more times than not, it's just a lower probability play that there's going to be a good outcome. That's my opinion on it. Like, you do want to rotate and take your advantage somewhere, but you need to be doing it middle, because if you go to middle, then you can rotate back down to bottom and catch the waves. You just go back and forth, you force them to rotate back and forth, and when they're rotating back and forth, if you have vision control, which you should in their jungle, then that creates a lot of opportunities for you to pick them. He's gonna jump this wall and come at me. I gotta get out of here. Alright, good. Garen is working bottom now. Also, we didn't have TP. I mean, there's just a lot of reasons for it. I just need to ping back more. We literally lost 2 games yesterday because of those swaps. Against Yasuo. Like, we murdered him in lane. It's like 0-4, 0-5 both times. And then it's just catastrophic lane swaps. Yeah. I don't... Do people... I'd have to, like, really watch it in pro play more. I feel like people don't even do that as much as it might seem in pro. If bot lane goes down, then the bot lane goes to top. I mean, I guess it does happen some, for sure, but... Hey, what's up, Ray Woods? Dude.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oof, what the hell was that? Oh. That was Urgot's ult. I would have actually died if that hit me.
Your team has destroyed an
They shouldn't be able to leave their base. I know that it's like, it's popular in pro to like switch up and like where both bot lanes go up and grab Rift at a certain point. Like, getting your bot lane to go where the objective is smart. So, I mean, you know, if Dragon's down and Rift is up, maybe. But I'm pretty sure Rift was not available when she switched.
The whole world in battle.
I don't know. I don't really count anything as in the bag until I see the victory screen. I've seen so many throws. I thought it was in the bag yesterday. When we were, like, that last game we played. We were up, like, 40 CS, and our ADC had 4 kills in, like, 5 minutes off the Yasuo. He just, like, I really could not tell if he was hard inting into us or he was just bad. It turned out he was just bad because he kept playing and, or having a bad game. But they ended up winning. Lane swap. They wanted a lane swap. People made some mistakes, got caught out. I think Ezreal died a couple of times. Our jungler started flaming Ezreal. Ezreal went AFK, and then they won the game.
Every step.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. People do try to emulate pro play, but if it wasn't pro play, it'd be challengers if there was no such thing as pro. You know, it'd be like what high-level players are doing, which is similar to pro, not exactly the same. Like, people are just gonna emulate other people that are good. It's like, hey, those guys know what they're doing. Is that legit? Yeah. I've done that before. Hey, what's up, Ray? I mean, I've thought about it, but, you know, we'll see. I don't think my problem is that I don't have the knowledge to get to where I need to be. I think my problem is concentration and focus. For now. I mean, if I get to, like, Diamond 2, maybe. kind of want to try, Janna out again. I do want to play at least one game on the diamond, 1 or 2 games on the diamond. Hey, thanks, Ray. Conquer or not? Are they changed something? Are they changing something I don't know about? I mean, really, all it takes is one guy, you know, just saying something to somebody, and then the person goes AFK and you lose the game. So, I mean, I really don't, solo queue, all that weird stuff starts in solo queue. Very, very few things show up in pro that haven't showed up in solo queue. There was like the famous misfortune support to counter Zyra Ashe, the Zyra Ashe combo of I think season 3 worlds, season 4 worlds, maybe it was after that, I don't remember. Whenever misfortune support was there, that was one that I don't think had received much solo queue attention, but I think the vast majority of stuff that shows up in pro is first spotted in either Korean or Chinese solo queue, and then is sort of practiced and perfected for very like niche situations on certain pro teams for pro. But there's no way pros are going to try out just weird crap most of the time. I mean, I guess if they practice it a lot, but yeah, I mean, that does help for sure. What's up, Jeremy? Well, it's counter picks. You're right, definitely, Luke. But you also have a team that's committed to a certain strategy a lot of times. Some teams are very good at the counter pick. Some teams have certain strategies. But yeah, like you're making your pick based on like the competence and practice of your team with certain strategies. So it's like, yeah, you can counter pick in solo queue, and it does matter. It matters a lot more for like mid and top lane. But yeah, a lot of times you're just better off just playing something you have a lot of experience on. Like, that's just what it is. Interesting, interesting. Bronze 2, unranked. I did queue for ranked, right? I mean, I know obviously that's a smurf. This guy's literally not even ranked, though. I mean, I'm assuming they have gold 2 MMR, but why is that weird? Koreans have been the premier professional gamers for like, you know, 25 years, since like StarCraft 1 or something. China's given them a run for their money lately. Some people, it's like the top, you know, 1 or 2 teams in EU West maybe could give, you know, some of the Koreans a hard time, but I think most people consider that to be the pinnacle of solo queue play. Oof, Ezreal though. Saw more people taking Celerity. I forgot that that's pretty good on Soraka. Also, Nami. Nami's a pretty tough matchup. I mean, are we actually going to be able to threaten him? Maybe I do go exhaust here. You know, like Trinamere Nocturne. I should outscale the Nami, but Nami's pretty good in a Janna. You have a temperature? Well, it's nice knowing you, man. No, just kidding, hopefully. I'm sorry, man, that sucks. Could be the Rona, could be anything, but... Well, it just depends. I mean, I think every region, you know, has something about them. Or, like, has contributed something that's interesting, but it's... Oftentimes, I mean, it is a meme, like, looking at the Korean solo queue players and stuff, and they do a lot of stuff that doesn't work over here, and frankly doesn't work over there very well either, but they just, in general, seem to be a bit more innovative. First of all, there's just a ton more people playing. I use this with, like, the sports analogy, right? They're like Division 1, whereas United States is going to be like Division 2 or Division 3. They just have a lot more people playing the game. They take it a lot more seriously in general. The solo queue players.
Swiftly.
I mean, it's obviously devastating to certain people. Like, the worst stuff about it is just the disabling of communities with it, because if a bunch of people are getting that all around the place, it starts shutting down works. It can fill up hospital beds and things like that. But I think a lot of the population is would not be that severe with them, but it's just so risky for certain people, and it just spreads so easily. That's the problem. So even if you do have it, you're likely to have a good outcome unless you have other pre-existing conditions. So if, like, just a few people get it, not really that big of a deal. It's just like when a ton of people get it, especially the vulnerable people. That's the problem. Well, I'm kind of curious. We'll see how these Smurfs do. And it just kind of looks like a decent game to practice Janna, so. Oh, okay. She tries to hit herself with W first. She screwed that up twice. This Ezreal seems pretty good. Whoa, I don't know about that, bro. Maybe I should try out Comet. I don't know. Like, a lot of people are taking Comet on her. Some people still take Airy, but... If we just go even in this lane, it's probably a win. They do kind of outscale us. I don't know. It all just comes down to skill with Ezreal. Like, Ezreal can be one of the higher scaling ADCs in the game because he's so safe. And he can do a lot of damage, but it just depends on how good they are with him. Like, a lot of Ezreal's damage is just skill-based. Skill check. We'll get a second point in W here, just for better harass. Oh, really? How did he hit him that far? I guess he still has his sniper rifle. He saved his sniper rifle. He really needed to flash that bubble if he wasn't going to be able to dodge it, but it's alright, I guess. Okay, well, they set the wave in a terrible spot for them.
Upon the wind. An enemy has been slain.
I think I'm gonna go back. Is she already back with stuff? I guess I have to stay. I got a bit of experience for staying. Oh, crap, I shouldn't have hit that. Staying and, like, trying to freeze the wave, but they are definitely up. She's only up mana regen. She didn't get an amp tome, so... He got a pickaxe. I guess Nami killed him with the ignite, probably.
In harmony.
Okay, he's going around. Oh, that's pretty clever, actually.
Swift.
Try to get this pushing just in case I have to rotate. How low is he? Wish they didn't nerf Janna's W, though. They nerfed the damage on it by a decent chunk. It was so weird. How did he get around the, like, Jarvan Dragon?
Executed.
Nah, you know what? I'm gonna do it that way and get a control ward.
Shut down.
What? He's full health. Oh, I guess he chased him out of the jungle or something? I don't know.
Upon the wind.
I think Cinderholt Jarvan's pretty poopy.
With ease.
Probably backed. But who would I pick into Vel'Koz? There are different strategies that can work into him. You can do engage like Leona or something if you have an aggressive lane, but then Soraka is fine too a lot of times. Just heal through his poke. I would not pick something like Zyra. Just not like a mid-range mage like Zyra or Brand. Anything else is probably fine. Or some kind of like, you know, melee tank that doesn't have a very good engage. So like not Tahm Kench, not Braum. Maybe not something like Set. But yeah, does any sort of like hard engage or healer. Things like Janna and Lulu can have a hard time early. This way, bro. He could have just walked away after that.
As you wish.
Nice. Okay. Alright, they got that, I think, right? Yeah, I mean, Nautilus is a good one, I think. Oh, really? jungle, sure. God bless Asol, bud. He's died twice on plays where we totally had him. Like, he did not need to die whatsoever. There's no way he gets away from Ezreal and I there. That is 0% chance. What? Why are we not? I don't get it.
In harmony. Gale winds unleashed.
Why sneak it instead of double kill and then get it for free? Guess it's an elaborate bait.
Has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. For tranquility.
Seen a lot of top end Janna's getting Ionian. Did he flash? No. Yeah, I just had to give up bot tower. It might have been a mistake for me to rotate up there.
As you wish.
Actually, I gotta complete this. Yeah, might have been a mistake. I mean, we did get a kill. Singe denies a wave. We slow down Tryndamere. Asol's denied like 2 waves, so he's up like 30 CS. But Ezreal just got denied, and they got 2 plates. I don't know. It's pretty close.
Upon the wind.
Now they're gonna back, and we're gonna get maybe 1 or 2 plates. For oh, he stayed. Oh, Vel'Koz's clear is great. Vel'Koz has some of the best wave clear in the game.
Swiftly.
Oof.
Rampage.
Huh. Nice.
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain.
What is that shield he has? I guess it's just the overheal or something.
Upon the wing. Your team has destroyed a turret. In harmony.
Yeah, I'm falling in love with Janna again, man. It's just that bad girl. It just keeps pulling you back. Like my wife, man. Back to those heavy nights of gambling and drinking and... many things we can't mention on a PG stream. No, I'm just kidding. That was pretty funny though. Just imagining her like that.
As you wish.
What can we do? Is Baron up? Baron's not up. Keep going, bro.
Upon the wing.
Many debaucherous things.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You want to get a tower, bro? Oh, you want Mama Janna to get this tower, huh? Alright, I guess we don't have time. I read that wrong. The timers are pretty low. I gotta get used to everyone gets these home guards. Actually, the home guards may have expired, but... Dude, is he serious? God, what a wanker. Bring in the British term. No, Trinimir's here. I don't have any wards. They could dive us here.
In harmony.
No one pronounces the R. So it's like wanka. It's not wanker. Wanker. Not even like the French, like ronqueur. What the Vonke? Throwing in like a V pronunciation for the W. Just blending some French and some German and some good old Southern redneck. Vonke.
Swiftly.
That's a vanker. That's how we'd say it in the South. Okay. No, they're coming. They're coming for it. Let's just get Dragon. Easy's not on this side of the map. Yeah, but he's not here. I mean, you can ping him as much as you want. He's not here, so it's questionable to even do that right now. I mean, I could put pressure on it with a control ward. I might get Nocturne ulted. But if I put pressure on this, then maybe they think we're doing this if they don't have wards bottom.
Upon the wing.
And then maybe they come check this out and give us Dragon bottom for free. But we lost priority middle, so... Okay, I think they figured out the gig. They're gonna kill Tryndamere though, hopefully.
Swiftly.
Introvert or an extrovert? What do you guys think? I don't know. I'm kind of a mix. I'd say mostly extrovert. Vast majority of the time. I mean, I'm independent. Like, I like to do my own thing, but I like hanging out with people too. I'd say extrovert. Like, I like to be alone and do my own thing sometimes, but I don't, like, get anxious or nervous about stuff. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of crowds, but I don't feel, like, intimidated or drained of energy in crowds and stuff like that. I have no problem, like, speaking in public to strangers or anything like that, so... My wife's an introvert. And she likes hanging out with people, and she's friendly and stuff, but she... You know... She doesn't take initiative as much as I do about that type of stuff. Alright, well, they just opted into like a 2v5. I thought, I don't know, maybe that was a bad call for me to go up there. Maybe I was just trying to next level it too much by clearing wards on Baron and then trying to go for Dragon. If I had been there first, maybe. Doesn't matter. Yeah, a lot of English and French is kind of blended. It's a 3v5, J4. The Janna ult of Destiny. Oh, we just go in inhibitor. I guess we, yeah, I don't think, we don't have a smite. We don't have a smite. We don't have a smite. Yeah, I was indecisive there. I should have stayed and just got inhibitor. You don't want to risk it. I mean, it's unlikely Tryndamere gets it, but we don't have a smite, so an inhibitor is fine. Like, we can go get it after this. We're probably gonna be like 2 seconds slower, maybe 3 seconds slower because of my indecision. But hey, what's up, Neomar? Nah, it's they're here. They're here. I have too much money too. Back it up. 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 They could even try to rush Baron. I don't think that. Okay, good. He warded it. I should have warded it before I backed with my control ward, but. Wonka. Dislike interacting with the masses. It depends. I mean, I think it's... I guess there are introverts who are teachers, but I think that's a difficult career choice. I think probably a lot of teachers are extroverts. At least partially. I mean, people are probably mixed. I mean, some people probably feel in the social life, feeling like getting out and doing stuff. Sometimes, and sometimes they're not. I think a lot of people are probably in between. I don't think, you know, there's people... I mean, there are going to be people that are just polar opposite, like, really hate people, never socialize, and that's fine. And people that just, like, hate being by themselves. Oh, we just end? We just end. Just end. Just end the game, Ezreal. Well, we don't have supers here. I don't know. Maybe Ezreal does have a point. Yeah. I think... Yeah, I think it's wrong. I think we just get this. Nah, Ezreal was right. Yeah, just get Ocean. I think he was right. I didn't notice the way that wave didn't have a super on it. Why the hell doesn't that wave have a super on it? Maybe they cleared it. Ezreal was right. He was right both times. Yeah, because we didn't have a super wave, so there's no way we'd push it fast enough. If we had a super, I think we could have ended it, but without a super, we can't. But I think I do lean more towards... What is that Myers-Briggs or whatever test? I think I was an ENTP. Classically. My wife actually put a lot of stock in that. When we first started dating, she made me take that test. She's an INFJ. So ENTP was what? Extrovert, thinking... I don't remember what the N was. I think one of those changed over time. Like, if I retook it, I'd probably be a little bit more on a different end. I'm definitely perceiving and definitely extrovert, I think. So the first two are the same. I don't remember what N is. Is N intuitive or analytical?
In harmony.
Exciting. Thinking and I don't remember what the thinking one was. I don't remember. I can look it up after this. Okay, we can just end here. It is for noob. Yeah, I would definitely fit that criteria. Let's take the 16 personalities test. No survivors, that's right. A game of Smurfs, we get the wrong one. I mean, hell, how long is it? Is there a quick version? I could do it real quick. I thought there was a fast one there. Oh, there's a, how long is this? I guess we can do it real quick. Let me just do it real quick. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Social events, lots of people unexploring, unrealistic yet intriguing ideas. What you should have said in conversation long after it's taken place. Sure. Support them emotionally and try not to solve their problem. I disagree. People can rarely upset you. True. Start the conversation and keep it going. Disagree. It's usually me. If you have temporary hold on your plans, you make sure it is your top priority. Get back on track as soon as possible. That, unfortunately, is not true, as my dissertation can attest to. Depends. To spend the whole weekend all by yourself without feeling bored. That sounds glorious. You're more of a detail-oriented person than a big-picture person. Disagree. Affection with people you care about. Sure. Careful and methodical approach to life. Probably disagree. Well, about some things. Bothered by the mistakes you made a long time ago. Not really. At parties, similar events, you mostly found farther away from the action. You often find it difficult to relate to people who let their emotions guide them. Sometimes. When looking for a movie to watch, you can spend ages browsing a catalog. Calm under a lot of pressure. When in a group of people you do not know, you have no problem jumping right into their conversation. When you sleep, your dreams tend to be bizarre and fantastical. Sometimes. In your opinion, it is sometimes okay to step on others to get ahead in life. Depends, but in general, disagree. Dedicated and focused on your goals, only rarely getting sidetracked. That's disagree. Dissertation, emotes, merch on the channel. If you make a mistake, you tend to start doubting yourself, your abilities, your knowledge. Disagree. When at a social event, you rarely try to introduce yourself to new people. Rarely. Yeah, disagree. I usually try to meet someone new. Usually lose interest in a discussion when it gets philosophical. Disagree. That's the best point of the discussion. You would never let yourself cry in front of others. I don't really cry in general. Not necessarily because of others or whatever. I don't know. Occasionally, but very rarely. You feel more drawn to places with a bustling and busy atmosphere than more quiet and intimate ones. That's strange because I don't mind being around people, but I do kind of like more, like, if I had to pick, do you want to be in like a really crowded city or a more rural area? I'd pick the rural area. You like discussing different views and theories on what the world and future could look like. Agree. When it comes to making life-changing choices, you mostly listen to your heart rather than your head. Heart. I don't like this dichotomy because I do stuff that's like not the most logical in terms of money, but it's because that's what I want to do, like teaching and stuff like that. So I think that's probably what they mean by heart. It's not necessarily an emotional thing, but it's like that's better to me than... But I don't know, it can be rational to do the stuff that's most interesting to you, too. I do think about, like, trying to help others or contribute something to society with my job. I'll go with that, sure. Dedicating your life to the study of something you cannot see, touch, or experience. Disagree. Jesus, this is pretty long. It might be a two-parter. I don't want people waiting too long on this. We'll go ahead and do... This might be a to be continued after this game. Usually prefer to get your revenge rather than forgive. Disagree. Life's too short. You often make decisions on a whim. Sometimes I make quick decisions, but it's not usually a whim. I usually think about it for a little bit at least. Okay. Often ends up being more interesting and satisfying than time you spend with other people. Time I spend with myself. See, like, I'm by myself here, but I'm not really, because I'm with, 250 other people here right now. So, I don't know. Probably disagree. What's the stuff that I remember most is usually socializing and doing things with other people. Oh, well, that's disagree then. There we go. Sometimes they word this really weirdly. Special effort in interpreting the real meaning or message of a song or a movie. Yeah, I do that. Sure. Well, I'm not like a movie... Yeah, oh, sure. You always know exactly what you want. More times than not. You rarely think back on the choices you made and wonder what you could have done differently. Disagree. I don't regret a lot of stuff, but sometimes I like running through scenarios. What ifs. Space. You usually stick to quieter, less crowded areas. That's probably true. Once again, it's weird because I don't mind a lot of people, but I don't really like crowds, but I like socializing with people. You tend to focus on present realities rather than future possibilities. Agree. Hard time understanding other people's feelings. That is true. Sometimes I don't understand why people get really upset about some things. Oh, this. Okay. When starting to work on a project, you prefer to make as many decisions upfront as possible. Probably disagree. Well, I do make stuff upfront, but I usually end up changing my mind about stuff. When you know someone thinks highly of you, you also wonder how long it'll be until they become disappointed in you. That's a disagree. What? I mean, just go ban the Soraka. Try to get Janna. You feel comfortable just walking up to someone you find interesting and striking up a conversation. Sure. Drift away into daydream at various ideas or scenarios. True. Others come in second. That's disagree, usually. Even when planned on a particular routine, you usually just end up doing whatever you feel like doing. That's an agree. Mood can change very quickly. It's rare. You often contemplate the reasons for human existence or meaning of life. True. Talk about your own feelings and emotions. It's a disagree. You have got detailed education or career development plans stretching years into the future. I got plans. I don't know if they're gonna happen. Rarely dwell on your regrets. True. Spending time in a dynamic atmosphere with lots of people around quickly makes you feel drained and in need of a getaway. It's a disagree. Once again, me around other people is kind of complicated in terms of these tests. You see yourself as more of a realist than a visionary. That's disagree. My wife and I are almost polar opposites on this test, by the way. We've taken it in the past. Yeah, sure, we'll do try out Janna again. And then we might do another game on the main here in a little bit. I'm just trying out Janna here. I like it. I like getting back in the Janna groove of things. She's pretty fun because a lot of her stuff is reactive. So you have to, like, wait for them to do whatever they're going to do, and then you sort of react to it. So a lot of it's kind of reflex-based. I'm not, like, super confident in this. This dude's, like, already tilted by the Volibear also. So yeah, that's really annoying. But okay. Find it easy to empathize with a person who has gone through something you never have. Sort of. I don't like Comet as much. It does give you better early game, but it's weaker late. Your emotions control you more than you control them. After a long and exhausting week, a fun party is just what you need. That does sound fun. Well, depends on who it's with. You frequently find yourself wondering how technological advancement could change your everyday life. Sure. Always consider how your actions might affect other people before doing something, usually. Still honor the commitments you have made. You have a change of heart. Rarely feel insecure. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I got before Campaigner. I don't remember what the... ENFP instead of TP.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Upon the wind.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, I think as I got older, I changed over the last 10 years from thinking perceiving to feeling perceiving, I guess. Because I guess the feeling reflects how you feel about other people. And then it's judging versus perceiving, I think, is the last one. So how do you feel about people, and then how does that, like, influence the way that you act? Okay, I'll click on that here in a little bit. Change his first choice. My wife's INFJ. There's a YouTube channel that does like a guy acting out what each one of these personalities is. I would show it if I wouldn't get demonetized, but it's pretty funny. I watched a couple of them. Like how would this personality like handle an interview? How would this personality go on a date or something like that? It's pretty funny. I think I watched the job interview one. I don't. They had like a whole channel based around that, and there were like a ton of different different types of videos for it. I hate giving him mana, but I also need to do damage back to him, because if he auto-attacks you, he gets mana back. Every so often. It's his passive. I don't remember. I think he can get it off of minions, but I think he gets a lot more if he hits champions. This double poke lane is pretty obnoxious. Damn it, I didn't mean to trigger that. Just trying to help him push a little bit.
In harmony.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get that. I'm goofed up. It'd be nice if Ezreal chipped in an auto or a Q every now and then, but it's whatever. Things like Xerath and Vel'Koz usually do very well in the early game against Enchanters, but they get outscaled later if they don't get kills. Especially Xerath, because his ult's pretty worthless in an active team fight. Like, it's basically only if it's like cleanup. about even on CS. Now, Janna is better suited towards this type of thing than someone like Lulu, because you actually have pretty high movement speed, so you can dodge a lot of his garbage.
For tranquility.
I could have given it to him. Oh, wow, he didn't kill her? Oh, my God. I wasn't sure also if he, like, how close he was to the timer for execute. But I wanted to make sure I got the assist. I guess I could have just shielded the Kayn. I thought Kayn got the Ashe. I cannot believe she got away.
As you wish.
Well, that was pretty bad. She's gonna get a lot more CS. That was pretty catastrophic. Ezreal died with Flash, too.
Upon the wind.
It is, like, Janna's just so fast now, with these runes especially. Like, I have 400 movement speed. You don't even need boots early, which is pretty sweet.
Breathlessly.
Easy's, like, over 30% pick rate in, like, every ELO bracket right now. I mean, he's the most fun to play. He has a high skill cap for a lot of people, and he's just like, he's kind of the one of the only do-it-yourself ADCs that's there. You can do Vayne, but like a lot of your success just depends on yourself. Like, you have your own peel, you have some itemization option differences, you have a pretty good build path, or at least it feels pretty good. Right now, I just stream it offline.
Ease.
There's a chance I might try it on Twitch, like on the weekends, like one day a week or something. 1 or 2 days a week, maybe. But right now, it's just offline.
As you wish.
Okay, she's going Blather and King. Zed coming down.
Swiftly.
Still have shield. I don't have exhaust. Okay, Zed's there.
In harmony.
Shit, I thought Kayn was coming down. Is Kayn coming or what, dude? What the fuck?
With ease.
He's like, oh, y'all are really low, and they're like pressuring you under your tower. Let me just do red real quick. Yeah, I mean, we tried the Warhammer stream. It just doesn't pull in the numbers right now, and the issue is if I do too many low count streams, then it does hurt my overall numbers. Like, I did that Warhammer stream, and like literally, now there could have been other factors with it, but after I did that stream a few weeks ago, I was getting like 500 or 600 concurrent viewers, and then I've been down for the last like few weeks. Now, there could be other mitigating factors to that, but my viewership definitely dropped after I did those like 2 or 3 streams. Because we were only averaging, that last Warhammer stream we did, we were averaging 50 people. And like YouTube takes that as, oh, he must not be making as much interesting content because he's getting a much lower view count, so we're not going to recommend him as much, I believe. So that's just the unfortunate reality of the situation is, if you're doing really well, YouTube will give you more people, and if you are trending down or not doing as well, then it's going to keep giving you less and less people.
As you wish.
At least that's what I think. Because every time, that's why I tried it in the past too. And once again, I'm not saying it's all that, but I'm just saying there's always a correlation from whenever I try to do Warhammer streams and the viewership on my League streams. So the answer to that would be like maybe try it out on Twitch if we could get the viewership for it, because then that wouldn't affect my YouTube numbers. But it's also a time thing, like, you know, when you stream, I really have to block out 3 or 4 hours, you know, to do like a legit stream. I think needs to be at least 3 hours. And so, you know, with my like toddler daughter, oh my god, they're gonna get so many things bottom.
Upon the wind.
Yeah, I guess if you're doing like gameplay videos or something like that, yeah, you need to, or like whatever.
An enemy has been slain.
YouTube Smurf.
With ease.
I mean, I don't know, maybe like doing stuff like the like the coaching sessions and things like that are like, those are going to be really low count things, but I like putting that up. I mean, people are donating for that and it lets them always access it, and it's kind of like advertising for the coaching too, so that's why a lot of people don't put their coaching sessions up. Yeah, Ash doesn't have the kills, that is true.
The tempest is upon me.
I feel like there's definitely some missed opportunities here, though. But
Has been slain.
As you wish.
alright, I've almost got Athene's here.
Swiftly.
Turret plating will soon fall.
I'm not sure about the sequencing there. Maybe I should have ulted first. I mean, obviously you have to channel your ult. I thought I'd be able to disrupt him long enough with the tornado shield and then ult, but he just got deleted. He died with flash. It's just one of those things. Hey, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. There's no wards. Why is he paying back? We know Echo's up here. He's probably gonna gank. Dude, get the tower, bro. Like, what? That's a cannon wave. Alright.
With
An ally has been slain.
Okay, nice.
Double kill.
Is he not transformed yet?
Breathlessly.
Damn. Zed's dead, so this should be clean, hopefully.
swiftly. Upon the wind.
What's up, family?
Breathlessly.
Has destroyed a turret.
Yeah, I knew they were all gonna be waiting in that bush.
With ease.
Yeah, it's likely to happen. Where the?
Double kill.
I thought we had more people there. I guess not.
Swiftly. Upon the wind.
There's no reason to really clear that ward when I know everybody's there. I was just too confident.
An enemy has been slain.
As you wish. In
Okay, they're
harmony.
Shut down.
Swiftly.
I was uprooting towns.
damn. If he just got a little bit closer to me, I could have shielded him.
With ease.
Staying sane while grinding. You just have to have sort of long-term sort of statistical reasoning, right? If you're playing better, you're gonna climb. You just have to keep that mindset. Like, you're gonna have bad games. You're gonna, like, there's gonna be games you can't win, And there's going to be games you can't lose, really, where your team's just doing so well that
Breathlessly.
that you're just going to win. But I did just release a video how to climb a support, or like can supports carry. I think it has a lot of good information in there related to what you're talking about for a more detailed response. Okay. Christ, are you serious? He's 6-3? I guess I should have suspected somebody was there because of the arrow. I'm gonna have to get something soon, but all this stuff is so far away.
An enemy is unstoppable.
Ease.
But yeah, I mean, just in general, just small champion pool. You know, statistical reasoning. Just thinking, hey, you know, I'm not gonna win every game, but if I'm playing better, I'm gonna win a lot of games. Oh my god.
An ally has been slain.
He didn't even use his ult. I mean, I know I don't have a ton of armor, but I thought we were doing pretty well this game, but it's kind of not. We gave him a lot of freebies in lane. We should not have died that much in lane. Yeah, I mean, you know, just win more makes it feel better in general, so I think. And just focus on, like, what you could have done better. Even if, like, I do believe you need to pay attention to what other people are doing. Sometimes people say, don't look at what other people are doing, focus on yourself. But, like, what you should be doing... Like, the optimal play... The optimal play should be influenced by what other people are doing. I think we're too low. Just get this tower. We don't have time for Baron.
Upon the wind.
So just be thinking, it's like, okay, I got baited there into a stupid fight. Is there a way I could have, you know, not done that? Could I have just positioned better right there?
As you wish.
Or, you know, I mean, sometimes it's like, should I have dodged? I mean, if you have 3 auto-filled people on your team, and they have a pretty good comp, I mean, sometimes the best answer is dodge. Don't play the game.
Breathless.
You know? I do think that having multiple accounts, or just being able to chill and do something else for a little bit, so that you feel like you can dodge more, is good. Dodging gets more and more important the higher up the elo goes. I can't really... I can't really walk through that jungle right now, and I don't know where that is. Yeah, someone else got it. Okay, yeah. Wait, why didn't Ezreal do any damage? Why is Ezreal not here right now doing damage? Okay. Oof. I face checked a bush and got caught. Janna, where's your R? Dude, you got blown up too fast, man. Like, the thing is, they could knock me out of that R if I'm trying to channel it. I mean, maybe I could have done it a little better. I don't know. We'll have to see. Can we do it now?
In harmony.
I mean, it's possible, but...
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Upon the wing.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Yeah, we do need to make sure we get that. But yeah, just, you know, focus. Like, simple tips for winning more games. I think winning always makes solo queue feel better. Smaller champion pool. Don't die. Better warding. Pick stuff that scales, ideally, and then just always focus on what could you have done better. Don't be too self-deprecating. League is hard, you know, but at the same time, just think, okay, why did I just lose that fight? Even if it's, I got baited into that, or I should have played around someone else because this person's hard feeding, or we had a ridiculous comp, I should have dodged. Just something. Just take it back to some action that you can control and take responsibility for. Even if you think you only did your bad action because you got baited or inspired by enemies. The other thing is, like, look for opportunities, because sometimes a lot of the stuff that holds people back are not like really obvious mistakes, but just opportunities they didn't take. So, you know, just think, hey, could I have like pressured more in lane? Could I have landed more auto attacks? Could I have, you know, I was winning my lane, could I have pushed and roamed more? Or could I have contested scuttle or dragon more? Could I have shot called more? My team was running around doing nothing for 15 minutes mid-game, even though we were up 5k. Could I have told them to go do Baron? Or, you know, could I have just set up a gank in this bush, swept out the vision, and, you know, instead of having that person just stand there in mid lane, you know, ping them and get them to sit in a bush with me and wait on somebody. So just, you know, think about how could you be more proactive and exert more control over the game. You know, more spells, more autos, less dying, better vision, better roaming, better shot calling, just all of that stuff. So just see if every game, just see if there's something that you maybe could have done a little bit better. What is 4th every 3 since 15? So anyways, that's what I think is, like, you know, definitely address the obvious things. Like, okay, I got caught and we lost the game, or the enemy got caught and we lost the game, or like the ally got caught and we lost the game. What could I have done to maybe prevent that? But then also think about, are there ways I could have optimized? What? Okay, so campaigner. An explorer role group. That is true. I do not like administrative tasks and routine maintenance. I mean, I don't know a lot of people that do. I guess there are some people that do, but not much of a feeling, touchy-feely kind of person. I don't know about that, but you know, I respect other people wanting to do that. True, sometimes I overthink stuff a little bit. Alright, I'm not sure if Jason wants to play with me tonight. We lose a lot of games. We can go on the main here. Take Janna for a test drive on the main and just see. I'm feeling it though. I'm feeling the Janna. The movement speed's really good. She does rotate around the map really well. She gets around grievous wounds. It feels safer than Soraka, although not quite as much raw power later on in the game. In team fights. In shorter fights, she might be better, just with her displacement. So, like, if your team doesn't have a ton of tanks, she's probably better. How come all the red states are having corona problems? It's not just red. I mean, California's got a huge corona problem, too. So does New York. So, I don't know. I don't want to get too political. Obviously, you know, states that opened early or that have large population centers are having problems. I mean, a lot of people around doing stuff equals corona. But yeah, I don't want to... I mean, I don't think, like, North Dakota and South Dakota are having huge problems. Maybe they are. Those are red states. Or, like, Montana. But yeah, I mean, like, huge urban areas. You know, Florida, like, near Atlanta, stuff like that. Are going to have some problems. Gotta remember, a lot of southern states, there's a lot of poverty in southern states too. Like, the South is the most poor region in the United States. That's why everything is so cheap. So, like, people being out of work is a big deal, you know? And it's a lot of, like, more manual, like, industrial type of labor. Like, there's a lot less service jobs and, like, higher end paying jobs that can do a lot of their stuff from home. There's some of that, but there's a lot less of that. It's a lot more agricultural stuff, industrial stuff, and just a lot more poverty in general. So there's a lot more pressure to open up because a lot of those people don't have a lot of life savings. Yes, you know, the education level in general is going to be a bit lower. Yes, people are, you know, perhaps in general a little more prone to conspiracy theories and stuff like that in the South. You know, and are a little more skeptical of science and, you know, stuff like that. So I know that's what you're getting at, but I think it is a little bit more complex than that too. I mean, it's not just that everybody in the South is stupid and so they opened early and there's a lot more coronavirus. I mean, that's kind of like, you know, the meme or whatever. I mean, there probably is some truth to misunderstanding the situation. I mean, a lot of that's the information that they're fed as well. They don't have the education to vet that because there's just terrible education in general in the South because the public schools are awful because they don't fund them very well. But I mean, it is actual things too. Like I said, just the fact there is a lot of poverty and a lot of manual labor jobs. There's a lot more of that, and jobs that can't work from home, and people don't have as much savings, and so it's like very devastating, probably in a lot more communities down south. And South got away with it for a while because outside of places like Atlanta, it's a lot more rural. So that's another reason is you can open stuff up more, and because there's wider areas and people do more outdoors things and stuff like that in the South, then it doesn't spread as fast if you just let it go wild as it would in like New York or California. So it's a combination of a lot of things, you know, having some at least partial immunity because of the geography and the population at first, so being slower to catch on, and a lot of other things. Well, I don't know. I don't want to get too political. We have viewers from all over the spectrum. You know, even when I try to give a fair assessment of a situation, I think I'm pretty fair to all sides whenever I talk about politics as much as possible, but I really don't like to get into it because it's very interesting. I mean, I find it interesting. I like to talk about it, but I like to think about it a lot. I do have, you know, opinions about a lot of things, but at the same time, people hear about it all the time, and people come here for League of Legends and old man stories and to kind of de-stress from that kind of stuff, I think, a lot of the time, so. Oh, I got Campaigner. ENFPA, ENFPT. What am I? I don't know what the differences are, but anyways. Curious, observant, energetic. I'm sort of observant. Energetic. Good communicator, knows how to relax, very popular and friendly. Okay, weaknesses. Poor practical skills, true. Difficult to focus, true. Overthink things, true. Get stressed easily, false. Highly emotional, false. Independent to a fault. Disagree. Maybe. Probably not, though. Yeah, I don't, these two I'm not so sure about. The pros, I think, are mostly true. Observant, I don't know. My wife would say I'm not observant at all, but it just depends. Well, better not comment on some of these things. No, man, I don't know. That part of me is not me. Like, I'm some grand mystery, you know, and I'm not gonna show you the real me for years and years until you build up my trust and stuff like that. I mean, I'm a Sagittarius too, like astrological sign. I think Sagittarius is probably a lot closer than this campaigner thing is to me. Like, this is reading like would be the equivalent of like a Cancer or something. Like, not the disease, but the astrological sign, or just like one of those water signs or something. So some of this is true. See your grandma again since Trump opened up. I don't know, man. I mean, that's up to you if you want to see your grandma. I would say, in general, unless there's like some serious beef that you have with family members, like I would just forgive and forget, you know. I have people in my family that voted all kinds of different ways, you know, and some people that live lifestyles and believe in things that I agree with, and some stuff I don't agree with. I think that's how many families are, especially bigger families. I think that's fine. There are parts of my extended family that have sort of disowned parts of my other extended family over cultural stuff. And I think that's just sad, honestly. It's like someone voted a certain way or believed certain things, but there's still, like, I mean, the people that are being accused of, well, I don't want to get too far into it because I don't want to reveal too many personal things about family members or whatever. But I just think people should get along. I don't know, or at least just tolerate each other if you're family. It's like, come on, man. Like, I just think, like, this day and age, it's so difficult for people to understand the concept of people can disagree and still be friends, or still be family members, or still hold a reasonable conversation with each other if you disagree about certain things. Like, everyone's just all in on stuff. Like, if someone disagrees with you about some issue, then everyone's like, oh, I can't possibly be friends with this person because we don't agree on every issue. It's like, oops, someone dodged. Someone probably dodged because I have no Janna games. Hey, thanks, Rambo. I do try to be, like I say, as fair and I try to really think about everything, as much as I can to have nuanced, fair beliefs to people. And I'm always I watch and try to learn stuff from all ends of the spectrum. And I think everybody should. I think just try to have an open mind, just in general, and just, go out and watch some content that you think you're going to disagree with right off the bat, and just truly listen and think about what they're saying, right? So you don't have to agree with them. Tolerance does not mean agreeing necessarily, but just try to understand the position that they're coming from and understand that they are people, and just why they have that belief. Because ultimately, if you do want to persuade people or change their mind or, build communities, you need to be able to listen to a lot of things. I mean, whether you love it or hate it, and once again, I'm not going to get super political here, but I'm just going to tell you, and this was the main thing that people were just so flabbergasted and baffled in the 2016 election. They're like, how the hell could Trump win? The main thing was there is a very large portion of the population, or at least a very sizable amount, that thought they were disrespected by a lot of people, and that no one was listening to them. Whether you agree or disagree with them or whatever, they felt like they didn't have a place. No one was listening to them, and they felt like they were just being left behind. Especially since 2008, a lot of jobs were displaced, a lot of people lost a lot of money, and all that stuff. So, like, that's why it's really important to listen, and you don't have to agree or disagree, but just, have people feel like that you're at least considering their ideas, right? That's what I think, but, good job, Sadie. But that was one of the biggest sort of shifts, in kind of modern day politics, was kind of that shift. Thanks, Rambo. So yeah, and I mean, I think that's how it should be. That's how I run my class too, I let people write papers about whatever they want, because it's, I teach mostly writing classes. And so I teach people how to write, how to think, but I let them choose their topic. And there are lots of people, not lots, but there are definitely some people that pick topics that, I, on a personal level, would disagree with their thesis about that topic. Certain policies, certain cultural aspects, and things like that. But it's not my job to, contest them there, like, in that. And some professors think that it is. I don't think it is. I think, just teach them how to think, teach them how to consider the other side, just like I'm talking to you guys. Do some research, look at the other side. You don't have to agree with it, but you got to demonstrate that you understand all sides of the issue, or at least many different sides of the issue, and go from there. And, the university that I'm currently at is very cool with that. They like that. The one that I had taught at previously, they would get you. Like, and honestly, a lot, there are some students from some cultural backgrounds and things like that where they are right to be sort of scared and a little skeptical of humanities professors. I mean, that's the truth, because they will come out and tell you,
Is at your command.
it's pretty obvious in their classes, the ones that are like that, but I mean, definitely behind closed doors, they think it's their mission to, indoctrinate their students into whatever they think culture should be. And I'm like, don't necessarily think that's the case in most classes. So I don't know. So I'm very thankful to be at a university that let students feel comfortable exploring their ideas, is willing, you know, professors, I think it's okay for a professor to challenge students on certain things and say, hey, you know, you got some research to back up these claims that you're saying, or have you, you know, you need to consider this counter argument. But to like just completely trash somebody because they, you know, hold a different thesis than what you think about an issue, I think is a little suspect. College should be a place to explore ideas. Now, obviously, there are limits to that. If someone was, you know, writing a paper about the glories of eating children or something like that, you know, might have to put a stop to that. But, what was I'm trying to remember what I was even taking as... What was I taking as a secondary? It wasn't Oh, yeah. Crap, I need to do my research real quick. I'm having too much fun talking about stuff. I did really have fun at the previous university. They had a lot of... hold on, what we got here? Lux... C9 Vapor... I guess. I don't know. I really should have focused up more and researched this more. Because if I lose a few more games, I might get demoted. It's going to be bad. Thanks, I am Weirdland. Yeah, sorry, I'm just catching up in the chat. That is true. What Duck is saying is they brought a lot of people out that don't usually vote for the 2016 election. Yeah, I agree. I'm Weirdland, and, you know, I kind of feel bad for the, you know, some of those students. I remember I had a, at the previous university I was at, there was a, like, I kind of liked working with the Chinese students. They had an outsized population of like Chinese exchange students, which you wouldn't think it would, because it was like 15 to 20% Chinese students on campus, and then like 75% white or something like that. But it was because they just had a really robust exchange program. Also, they accepted much lower scores on the English whatever equivalency test, the TOEFL. And so people would go to this school first, and then after a year or two at this school, if they wanted to, they could transfer to a different school. So it was kind of like how people got their foot in the door. Because if you had 1 year at a university and you had passing grades, your TOEFL score didn't matter anymore. But anyways, like these Chinese students, sometimes they could barely speak English, like, but they could usually write okay. But yeah, they would just have some very different ideas about how stuff is going on, and it was actually pretty fun to think about it. One of them. But then I had to tell him, I'm like, yo, you got to be careful talking about this kind of stuff around other professors. Because one of them was talking about the first emperor of China, like the Qin dynasty, I guess, or something like that. And then she was saying that he got a bad rap, basically. And she mentioned like a few different things. Like one of them was like burning books. The other one was like, I don't know, killing dissenters or something like that. And she's like, well, at the time, historically, you couldn't have people speaking out because of, like, these different aspects of it, and you really needed unity for these reasons and that reason, and, like, all of these peasants and people were suffering because of these nonstop wars, and the only way to get unity was through this and that. And I was like, oh, I never thought about that. That kind of goes against sort of my democratic, you know, inclinations, but she did make some good points. And so then I was just like, you got to be careful talking about this around other professors and things like that. And another one, and this was really controversial, she said something to the effect of, she was talking about like slavery or something in the United States. And she was like, well, she's like, they were fed, right? And they got to live. And I was like, yeah. And she's like, oh, it's not so bad. She's like, we had 60 million people die in the 1960s because of this famine or whatever. And such and such. And I'm like, no, you can't. I was like, I mean, you're right about part of it, but you do not be very careful saying stuff like that. And I was like, okay, but where she's coming from, like living and having a place to eat was a luxury, 50 years ago in China under Mao. And so it's like, I see what she's saying, but you gotta you gotta be careful saying that around here. It was not a glamorous lifestyle, obviously, but to her it kind of was because you were alive. But anyway, so just stuff like that was just like having to tell them like, hey, but I let her explore the ideas. I wasn't like instant fail and stuff like that. And one of them was talking about how the opium wars are actually really good for China. She's like, it woke China up. She's like, England was pressuring us and giving us all these drugs, and we had just been sitting around doing nothing, and it convinced us to actually get motivated to break out of that and do some other stuff. So she was actually saying that, like, the British, like, cartel basically into China was a good idea in the late 1900s because it created a catalyst for innovation. So it's just cool. I mean, I like seeing those perspectives, even though once again I disagree with all three of those on a personal level. The British one that's a lot more complicated than people think. That's the one where I would be like, all right, question mark, maybe something about the opium wars could have potentially been positive, but not much. But anyways, but I think they should be able to do it. But it was just cool to kind of see a different perspective, like different cultural background and stuff like that. The most popular topic that a lot of Chinese students wanted to write about for their research paper was the Cultural Revolution, right, with Mao, where they turned into the Communist Party over like a 30-year period. And the main reason a lot of them said that they really liked researching that was because they can't research it in their country. You are not allowed to research or question anything about that. And so they thought it was really interesting to kind of get the usually Western perspective on those events because they can't do it at home. Okay, I gotta remember this is a diamond game also. I keep like switching back and forth, kind of autopiloting here, but I probably need to focus up. Dude, these diamond games are just like such blowouts all the time, man. I don't know. I swear to God, the last 12 games I've played in diamond, it feels like it's just been, 1 in 10 by 8 minutes into the game. It just feels like it gets to be like that more and more and more because it's like, okay, who's auto-filled versus who's, on, playing at someone who mains something and has 3,000 games on it. Whereas gold games feel like they're almost always winnable. I mean, that is because I'm much better, at least a lot of the time in the gold games, but it just feels like it is a lot more meta dependent the higher that it goes, and it like just roll dependent if someone gets their best roll or not. We're getting kind of slammed. I think I'll just get the shield upgrade here. I mean, maybe it is Smurfs. Maybe there's, people, challenger players smurfing in diamond. I don't know. Blast it. There's not a lot we can do here. Lux is pretty good into Janna in the early game. I mean, maybe that's part of what Bizzleberry was talking about. If he's playing against a lot of, like, Lulus and stuff like that, Lux is pretty good in that because she does outrange, and if you don't have a heal, it can definitely feel bad. So she's, like, a much longer range and she could be Enchanter-esque. I mean, I could try her again. I didn't watch his video today, but people were talking about it yesterday. But she does have longer range and more poke potential. It's just a lot more skill shot dependent to get full value out of her.
Upon the wing.
Yeah, hang on. I gotta focus up for this one. That's the other thing. I can't really talk or interact with the chat as much when I'm playing on the main. I'm just gonna start shielding the tower just to try to hold this tower up as long as we can. We're just getting blown out. Yeah, I mean, they're just in our tower. But, I mean, Vi's 0-2. Like, Vi really can't do anything pre-6. Like, what's she gonna do? Flash punch you? This is just massive jungle diff. What would happen to a person enter at a school? Gotta ask Prof. What do you say? What do you mean? What'd you ask at school? Should I say I'm at school or I'm in school? Oh, you mean just grammar-wise? How did he blast plan over? I don't know how he got away. So in school, it can mean you're actually in the school building, but at least in American sort of vernacular, so how people just talk casually, in school generally refers to your enrollment status. So if you're in school, it usually means that you're going to school. Like you are, I mean, I guess that applies more to college than K through 12. But at school would more likely apply to
Someone mistake my sunny.
So at school, yeah, prepositions are kind of weird. A lot of people don't use them correctly. But at school would generally mean you are at the location. So in school, because people wouldn't really differentiate whether you're like on the school premise or whether you're in the actual school with a preposition in English. It would be like if you say you're at school, it could mean you're on the grounds or in the actual school. When someone says I'm in school, it means that they are like enrolled in a school somewhere.
In harmony.
Like you would hear someone say, I'm still in school. Might be something like that. Like you've seen somebody, you haven't seen them in a couple of years or something. Hey man, what are you doing these days? Oh, I'm still in school. You know, it'd be something like that. Janna has a high win rate. I don't know. I don't think it's the highest, but I think it's like top 5. I think she's very good against a lot of the popular engaged supports. The like the Nautiluses, the Leonas, stuff like that. And she's very good at protecting ADCs. Not great against Soraka. Not as great against poke champs like Lux. So yeah, not great against poke, not great against Soraka, but really good against a lot of the melee champs that are out there. I think we're in Caitlyn execute range. Definitely if we get hit by one more thing. Oh my god. Do I only play support? Mostly. I do play some jungle. I could maybe play a new game here in a little bit. Huh. Yeah, usually if someone says they're at something, it means that they are at a location, and in can apply to being actually inside versus outside. But I think someone would usually just say inside school. Like you would say inside instead of in. Like I'm inside school now.
In harmony.
Inside the school. Inside the park. Inside the building. Not like... I mean, you can say I'm in the building. English is weird. I mean, there's a lot of exceptions, and most people don't even, you know, speak it well. Most people wouldn't even understand what you're saying if you use proper grammar a lot of the time. Or you would come off at, like, I don't know. English is really weird because of its, England's, or like Great Britain's colonial status, you know, like, they just absorbed a lot of sayings and a lot of, like, grammatical tendencies from a ton of different cultures and languages. Oh my lord. She didn't even ult it. She literally stole that with like a Q. What's her play rate? It's probably like 5%. I don't think it's like ultra low. It's not like it's weird. Like it's like under 1% or something. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying her out. I think she's serviceable into a lot of funny grammar stuff like that. I mean, literally, in formal English papers that people were submitting to a college English class, my class, in the last couple of years, there's been a trend where people, not everybody, but there are at least a couple of students that will not even capitalize standalone I's. Like, they will write a lowercase I in like a research paper. I'm just like, really? That's just disrespect. We practice our CSing, I guess. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Getting wrecked by the Normans, Vikings, French, and Romans? I don't know. I mean, that's a very selective view of history. Sort of. But, like...
In harmony.
England kind of wrecked everybody else for, like, 500 years after that. I mean, there are a lot of other cultures that have been wrecked by different cultures that don't have as diverse of a language. I really think, like, the diversity came in... I mean, I'm not, like, English history scholar or whatever. I mean, yeah, definitely. Like, having interactions with those other languages matters, but I really think a lot of that was more, like, a lot of the grammar stuff started to be... And a lot of the language really started to add extra complexity once you started seeing colonialism. I mean, the Romans, that's not even, like, that's just people on, like, the island, you know? The Celts and stuff, like, that was very different. This game's just, like, not even remotely close. Tried to make the world better. I don't know. I mean, I think that the colonial empire is... Like, obviously there were a lot of bad things that were going on there, but I think that, you know, not all the time, but I think at least some of the time, it was in a good faith effort to try to spread what England thought of as a culture, and it was trying to help people out. Like, they would build roads and build schools in a lot of these places. Yes, they were Christian schools. Yes, they were trying to convert people and stuff like that. Yes, there was exploitation and taking their natural resources and underpaying people, you know, all that, sure. But it's not like they were just straight up, like, you know, running around murdering everybody, trying to, like, you know, rape and pillage everywhere that they went, you know. It's like they were actually trying to create some sort of mutual benefit. It was definitely slanted towards their side. But I think it's complex enough where it's interesting to study it. And, you know, not everyone within the Empire represented the official government policies on stuff, right? There were people who disagreed with a lot of what England was doing at the time. And, like, would have some nuanced views of it. Just like anywhere. But anyways, that led to a lot of, you know, because they were trying to translate. They weren't just murdering everybody. They're like, okay, what do you do here? What do you believe in? Where do you want us to build this road? You know, that kind of stuff. And you have to start learning their language to be able to do that. And you're just like, oh, well, they have this interesting way of describing a waterfall. Or, oh, they have this interesting way of describing this emotional state. Let's incorporate that. There was, I mean, there totally was, for sure. I mean, there's obviously a lot of bad stuff, as with anyone that's trying to run a large empire. Of course, there's going to be a lot of bad stuff, but I think that one of the big things was, like, the colonization rather than, I mean, I guess the Romans, I mean, I'm not an expert on, like, the Roman sort of political, how they try to run things, but they were, like, in the colonies, like, they had, you know, people there, like, administrating stuff, but then they also had, like, some of the own local people, I believe, running some things in a lot of places, so I don't know, I mean, that's very, that's stretching it. It's like, who else? I mean, everybody was getting owned in the Middle Ages for the most part. I mean, I guess you had, like, the Middle East, you know, kind of golden era, Enlightenment, and they were doing a lot of domination in a lot of places. But I think that saying, I get, like, if we're thinking about the island of England proper, but I really just don't even, like, the old English stuff, like, I just don't even consider England as, like, becoming, I mean, I guess it was a culture. If you're talking like Celtic culture and stuff like that. But it was really like the old English, like the Anglo-Saxons and stuff like that might be where you could start thinking of that sort of the proto-English culture. And I think Anglo-Saxon was like, when did that really start to become a dominant force in England? I don't know, 600s. What's the oldest thing that's considered like English? Caedmon's hymn. I think that's the oldest thing that we have a record of. I mean, it all just comes down to how are you defining, like, England and English culture. Like, if you're talking, you know, if you're going back to, like, yeah, the British Isles, like, the inhabitants of the British Isles, you know, the Celts and things like that, sure, yeah, they got the short end of the stick for a really long time. But if you're talking, like, actual, you know, what people consider spoken English, like Old English, which is still very, very different from contemporary English, you know, you're starting in, like, 600s, 700s, and then it's like, yeah, they lost to the French, you know, in 1066, but they're still England, and they still, you know, ended up developing a lot of power. I mean, yeah, they borrowed a lot from the French for sure in their language and technologies and other things, but I don't know. It's all into like what the definition is. Yeah, dude, we've dodged so many games. Like, dude, it's been so bad on the main. It's just been like, the games haven't even been close for the most part. I don't think I've personally been blown out. I mean, there have been some games where I've underperformed, but like that game is just impossible. I was actually the best person on our team with a 1-1-1 KDA, according to op.gg. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Because I fed the least. It has me as the best person on our team. And literally every single person on their team was better than every single person on our team in terms of the OP score. 1-1-1 MVP of our team. But yeah, I mean, it's just been like god awful. 22%, including like at least 5 dodges. Now, we were winning here for a little bit. But yeah, it's just been like absolute joke of these games. Just ridiculous. I mean, I'd say like it's just a couple of people are auto-filled, or I don't know. The games just feel just so extreme and just so snowball-y. Oh, we'll play another one on the Smurf, then we'll get back on the main here in a little bit. Abraxas was an old Gnostic deity. It's a kind of a blend of like a kind of spin-off of Christianity with Egyptian religions. Here you go. The Great Archon precepts. It's like a god. It's like a really complex god of life and death. I mean, I basically got it as a from a book called Damien by Herman Hesse. So yeah, you can look it up, but you know, it was really, so it's like the first principle, the power above all. Because they, you know, they had this like demiurge. I don't remember all the details out of it, but there were basically like these different, it's like different levels of divinity. But I pretty much got it from yeah, the Herman Hesse novel Damien. I just thought it was a cool sounding name. That was an interesting book, especially when I was a bit younger. It still is a great book. It's a Bill Dungserman, like coming of age novel, sort of philosophical meditation on the self and existentialism. Knossos, I believe, no, he's supposed to be like Anubis, which is a more traditional Egyptian god. I think he's modeled after Anubis. Yeah, kind of the dog head, god of death. And that's like more of a straight up like classic Egyptian god. I think Abrasax is, like I said, much more of a blend, almost cult like. I mean, maybe cult's not the right word, but it was Gnostic. I think Gnostic was like a spin-off of like different versions of Christianity, or at least like with Christ-like figures and things. Early Christian, yeah, and Jewish sects. And then that started blending along kind of the Egyptian coast, because I don't remember if Greece owned Upper Egypt, but they definitely, I think they did own maybe parts of it. I don't know. But it definitely was circulating around. It was, I mean, like, it had the Greek word because the Greeks were the ones writing about it a lot, and that's what we have records of. But, I mean, it was like a religion that was spanning, like, all over the Middle East and Egypt, and people were talking about it in Greece because there were lots of trade routes and stuff like that, and just ideas were circulating a lot. And at the time, there was more tolerance for that type of stuff. So you just had a whole bunch of more different, like, spin-offs. You know, you'd go the next town over and you'd have a slightly different version of, you know, whatever the different religious stuff was that was going on. Christianity was actually really diverse and had a bunch of, like, very interesting spin-offs. Like, you should look at some of the Gnostic stuff. It's pretty cool. Unfortunately, a lot of it got burned, you know, after the Council of Nicaea in, I think it was 322. I can't remember the exact day. I think it was 322, maybe 325. Where sort of the declining Roman Empire, Constantine, declared Rome a Christian state and made it to where there had to be just one, like, definitive version of it, and then they just went around burning everybody else and, you know, destroying all the books. But there was, like, in a little cave, this Nag Hammadi library, I think it was 1945 or so, yeah, where they found all of these sort of ancient Gnostic texts, which were pretty cool, like the Gospel of St. Thomas, Gospel of Mary, there's, like, a Gospel of Peter. And there's, like, bits and pieces of these things, because it's, like, thousands of years old, like, scrolls in this little jar in a cave. It was a pretty cool story. That they found it, these guys were just gonna, like, use it for, like, fire kindling. And then one guy was like, wait, this looks ancient. This is written in Aramaic. We might be able to get some money for this. And so they sold it to a local trader for, like, you know, pennies. Equivalency, you know, just like a little bit of pocket change, and then it worked its way up the chain of traders. People started recognizing, hey, this is some old stuff, could have some value. Eventually found its way into different, like, big time museums. Is Odin and Thor a myth? I mean, it depends on what you mean by myth. It's a religious belief of the Anglo-Saxons, I believe. Those are religious figures. Is Valhalla real? I mean, it depends on your beliefs, man. I mean, I don't go into the veracity or the truth of any of these religions or philosophies or whatever. I just tell you just what I've learned. I mean, I was a religious studies major. I was English, religious studies, and philosophy undergrad. So I took a bunch of different classes on a bunch of different religions. I mean, it's been quite a while at this point since I had that stuff, but it was always just really cool just seeing how other people sort of interpreted the world and constructed their cultures and stuff like that. So whether or not it's true wasn't really of a prime interest to me, like true in like a provable sense. It was just more cool to understand, you know, sort of the foundations of different cultures and ideas. Damn it, I banned Soraka. I guess we'll just practice Janna again. It's not great in a Lux if it is Lux support.
The Tempest is at your command.
Yeah, it's gonna be Lux support, but I guess I need some practice against that. Huh. I guess we'll keep Exhaust. Well, we have Jin versus Corki. Against Kha'Zix, I probably do need Exhaust. I will run it. We might play something else next time. Oh, Norse Gods. Okay, I might have that wrong. I mean, whatever, like, if it's, you know, whatever religious beliefs people have, I will say this. I mean, if it's inspiring people to do good in their culture and giving them a purpose in their life and, you know, making them happy or giving them an outlook, I mean, does it even matter if it's true or not at a certain point? The thing that's true is, you know, the effect that it has on them and sort of what they're motivated to do and, you know, how that's impacting the people around them. That's something you could definitely look at. And it's mixed, you know, some beliefs tend to, and do not get into this on the channel. Once again, that can turn political, but you know, certain types of beliefs can lead to destructive behaviors and cultures and can motivate people to do stuff that's not so great, and other types of beliefs can, you know, have the opposite effect, inspire people to do, you know, have a more positive outlook on life, give them some kind of purpose, give them, you know, some justification for doing good things in their community. What does F5 do? Oh, does that just look at stuff? Sort of, yeah. I mean, you could take that sort of political view on it. Who had the better writers, Rome or England? I can't read Latin well enough. It depends on what you mean by better. What are we looking at? I didn't actually. Also called the pound sign. Yes, I'm aware of that. What? Oh, I was like, what the heck? I haven't lost my last 5 on my Smurf. So yeah, it depends on what you mean by better, in terms of grammar and which ones. We talking like the best of the best, or are we talking about like just your average 80% troll? Yeah. That's definitely a very Marxist view of it. Elite controlling people with different belief systems. What's up, Florian? I don't know, Rambo. I mean, if you really do need help, like, man, we're not the people to talk to about that. You probably need to go to a hospital or talk to a doctor or something. Write it for $20. I can't write it for 20. Oh, my bad. Sorry, Stefanos. I could give you feedback. If it's due tomorrow, it's gonna be rough, but yeah, I don't write people, or I don't write papers for people, and if I did, I'd charge more than that. If it ever got out I was doing something like that unethical, even if it wasn't at my school, I probably would end my education career, or at least make it a lot more rocky.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Stole that from the Greeks. I mean, I am inclined to say more England, but at the same time, it's because we just have a lot more English stuff, and it's had thousands more years to refine and build on previous writers. Although, you know, I personally like Victorian literature a lot more than contemporary literature. It sort of depends on your taste and what you're interested in. I just like that the Victorians had really big ideas and they weren't afraid to express them, and they just had really large sweeping story arcs and things like that. And part of that was because, you know, that was one of the major forms of entertainment back then. But I just even like not even novels, but just reading like some of the nonfiction stuff too, like just some of their scientific writings and things like that, like it just feels like it's a lot more approachable. Like they use a lot of, you know, vocabulary that you might have to look up, but it's not like riddled with tons of specialist ideas. Like they don't have to spend, you know, the first half of the paper posturing, you know, and saying, well, despite this precedent and this research and that research for like 50 pages. That's what academic writing is now. It's like 90% posturing and positioning yourself within the genre and within the discourse community, and then you have like maybe 10% of creative stuff. It's just like you just can't write big sweeping papers or theses anymore. Like everyone just has to be extremely measured and just say something that's like, you know, original 10% of the time. And then the rest of it is just backing it up with just like copious amounts of other theorists or researchers a lot of the time. There are some cultural critics that have gotten away with some pretty big sweeping stuff, but it's not nearly as much as was going on in the Victorians. Like Edward Said and his Orientalism thesis, you know, started a whole movement, was pretty big. I disagree with it heavily, with Said and his thesis about culture, but it was bold. But yeah, even just reading like the scientific stuff, like just go back and read some of like Darwin's actual papers, or you know, some of these other sort of cultural critics back then, and it's actually pretty interesting, I think, just the way that it's written even.
The tempest is upon us.
So yeah, I liked the Victorian stuff. George Eliot's my favorite.
First love.
It's not to say that contemporary literature is just all bad. I mean, it is kind of taste specific. It just depends on how much you like the big, bold ideas. It's just, you're just walking on eggshells, especially in the last, you know, 10 years or so. It's like, not only do you have to gesture towards like discourse communities, but you have to do so much like virtue signaling and all this stuff to write anything.
By your command.
New and what's the difference between the New and the Old Testament? Okay, so what's called the Old Testament is historically called the Hebrew Bible, so that was basically pre-Jesus. So that is basically what Jewish people buy that, you know, the canonical,
As you wish.
you know, historic Old Testament stuff. Jewish people were on board with that, so that's like pre-Jesus. Really, it's a really, really old collection of texts that spanned thousands of years, that was published over time and collected and sort of meticulously curated. And I don't know the exact curation process. So what that, like, who chose which books get included, which are orthodox and which aren't. I don't know that as well from the Jewish side in the Old Testament. But the New Testament was like Jesus is on the scene, basically, and that's the part that the Jewish community doesn't buy into. At least a lot of the Jewish community doesn't buy into. So that's the key difference there. And the tone is very different too, because the Jesus stuff, you know, was added in obviously around after 0 CE, Common Era, or AD, Anno Domini, depending on whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it's pretty huge. Just if you look at the way that it's written, just like the sort of ethical messages, the types of stories that are told, the way that they're told. So I mean, you might think of like, it just depends. I'm not like an expert in either one, so I'm hesitant to make like sweeping generalizations. But people would consider like the Old Testament a lot more specialized towards a very specific community, not looking to convert outsiders. It's more like an ethical guide for a specific community, and it had more of like an old school, like, God was kind of a badass and you should be kind of scared of him. Like back in the Old Testament, a lot of the times, like, he's throwing down plagues, you know, he's smiting people, you mess with him, you're gonna pay, you know, much more of that type of thing. Like, you want to, you know, you want to worship him, but it's more out of like respect. I don't know, like, it gets really complicated. Versus like in the New Testament, it's more mysterious, but it's a lot more kind of like, the message is a lot more about converting outsiders and forgiveness and trying to grow the religion. So trying to expand and consider other stuff. Like I said, I don't know the Old Testament as much, but it's targeted specifically towards the Jewish audience and was kind of a history of the Jewish people, in addition to having sort of more moral type of stuff, whereas New Testament is much less a history of Christianity and the Christian people and much more of like moral lessons and shifting the rhetorical community to include a much broader audience. And the target, or like the and that's to suit sort of the more conversion goal. So I'm a little bit better versed in sort of the differences in the four Gospels in the New Testament, because I had a class on that one. I did have a class on Old Testament, but it wasn't that much to do with it, honestly, and that was my senior year, and I was kind of cashed out, so I wasn't reading everything as closely as I could have. But like, if you just even look at the four Gospels, you see a huge shift in like the rhetoric and the way that it gets told. A lot of that gets conflated, like, oh, all these stories, you know, people just say it's all the same thing, but you had Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John were the order they were published, and they have like very different kinds of goals, and you can see sort of the development of different kinds of like strategies in there. So if you look at Mark, for example, God, that was the oldest one. God was still kind of mysterious, still kind of scary. You know, much more like you worship him out of respect sort of thing. And the original ending to Mark was, you know, they, like, one of the most telling things was the ending. The original ending was, you know, you rolled over a stone after the third day after Jesus died, and then he wasn't there. And then it was like, and then they fled in terror, and no one ever told anyone about it. So it was just like, you know, a very different message from what you see later. But that was one of the big things. And Jesus himself was a lot more sort of mysterious in Mark. Like, he wasn't kind of as much of sort of your touchy-feely, sort of good guy vibe. It was like, he was there doing some good stuff, but he was much more like, you know, man of mystery type of thing. And then like Matthew, it really emphasizes, okay, Jesus is Jewish. And so it was kind of still targeted towards a more Jewish community at that point. And like, it starts off talking about his heritage, and he was, you know, this person was begat by this person. It's like really big on like family lineage and like, hey, Jesus is Jewish. And then when you get to Luke, it's a lot more about trying to convert the Greek population at that time. And so it was much more about including other cultures, other aspects, and things like that. And then John is just like, we're super developed now, we're just going full philosophical here, and that's the, you know, I am the light and all that kind of stuff. So John is much more about, alright, we've got our main audience intact, we're gonna go big on this one. We're going like philosophical here. To tribulation. But yeah, I don't want to go too far into, you know, that much. That's just kind of the historical aspect, kind of what I learned from some of my classes, and sort of what the consensus is, scholarly consensus on some of these things. Kaisa could jump on us. Kha'Zix doesn't have any CC to let her jump, but
An ally has been slain.
anyways. Yeah, that's funny. I am a weirdo. Floating that. Yeah, basically, I mean, pretty much.
Double kill.
With ease.
But yeah, I mean, all of that I think is like super, super interesting, regardless of whether you believe it or not. Like, that's massive cultural influences on society. Good or bad, or however you want to interpret it. You can't deny the power. So I think it's, if you're trying to understand like English speaking culture, or even a lot of cultures, you got to understand something about the history of Christianity, regardless of, once again, what you think of the theology. Just the historical impact and the cultural impact of it's massive.
An enemy has been slain.
Upon the wing.
Yay, Master Yi. Fun balanced champ. He's gonna jump this wall.
As you wish.
But anyways, all right. Well, we had a pretty good fair conversation, I think, about it. But I think we better not test our luck, so we won't go too much further here with that. Oh god, guys, why? Come on, man. You just had to sidestep one bomb. Look at that. I sidestepped it. I just walked right at him. He does do a hell of a lot of damage, though. I'm kind of holding it, but it's going to be tough. Back to your regularly scheduled program, that's right.
Breathlessly.
Shut
Nice,
down.
nice.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
It's not what respect is supposed to mean. Sort of. I mean, you don't... It's complicated. Like I said, it's complicated to, like, try to oversimplify that because, you know, God did some scary stuff, but if you were doing what you were supposed to do, you really didn't have a reason to fear him. So that's why I, like, had a,
An enemy has been slain.
you know, that's why I chose the word respect. I don't know. I mean, I guess, like, I don't know. It's complicated. It was just a different kind of justice, man, back then. And it's easy to sit back now and say, oh, everyone should be democratic. And everyone should, you know, be proper culturally. You know, all this other stuff and things like that. But, like, you know, 3,000 years ago, it was a very different place.
Ally has been slain.
You know, one wrong step, you get murdered. And no one was going to do anything about it. You know, that type of thing. So, I mean, the world was very violent and very scary for a long time. Some people would argue maybe it still is, but,
Breathlessly.
it's just a much more brutal world, I feel like, back then. And so, you know, you had religions that reflected that. It wasn't just, you know, Judaism. I'm not an expert on Zoroastrianism, but you probably find similar types of things there. Where it's like, okay, you know, follow these rules or, like, you're gonna get, something bad's gonna happen to you. And some of those rules are very practical, too. You know, like, some of the stuff that seems kind of weird, like, don't eat pig, don't eat shellfish. But the reason you did that is, people got really sick off of that stuff. Like, it was very dangerous to consume that if it wasn't prepared properly. And so, you know, they made a rule, hey man, stop eating that crap. Yeah. Okay, well, we got a double kill. Talking about cults? No, we're not talking about cults. Let's not get into that. Fear is respect. In some circles, fear is respect. You show respect by showing fear. But yeah, let's not go too deep into that. I do enjoy talking about it, but once again, I don't want people to feel like, I don't know. It's hard, especially with, you know, over 500 people in a room to discuss stuff like that without, you know, hitting a nerve with somebody. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and get, because Forbidden Idol is a pretty big upgrade.
Upon the wind.
An ally has been
Can we just
slain.
not? Like, no one's even close to position for that, man.
Breathlessly. Swiftly.
Lux really is a pain in the ass. I'm trying, dude. I can't hold him. Oh, Yee's probably gonna kill him. At least her. Yeah, I banned Soraka. So if I ban Soraka, they pick Lux. Who do I pick? Get Leona or something. Leona tear her apart. Huh.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't think we've hit too many nerves. Unless I haven't read anything in the
Enemy killing spree.
in the chat. I think most people have been pretty chill, pretty civil about everything we've been talking about. But maybe I missed some stuff in chat. Question. Hard stuck, low elo, negative win rate support main. Do I change roles? I don't think, it depends. I mean, some people have success on different roles, but I really don't think that the support role makes it difficult to climb. You might want to change supports depending on what you're playing, but I don't think you have to change your role.
As you wish.
An enemy has been slain.
Wow, he just didn't see the Malphite, or he just thought he was going to be able to get around it. Do you rush boots first item? It depends on the situation and the support. If you don't have flash, I think it's more likely, like if you've had to flash before you're back, I think it's more likely you need boots because you're likely going to get camped more.
An enemy is unstoppable.
But it really just depends. I mean, some champs... Oh my god. Bro, what? No.
Breathlessly.
Enchanter. No, I think Soraka is actually extremely good right now. I think just maybe working on positioning a little bit. It's probably a better investment of your time. I'm probably going to add a Soraka guide here pretty soon. Kha'Zix beats Yi. Yeah, if he's really fed, sure. I mean, he does way more upfront damage early on than Yi does if he's isolated. Depends on who gets the jump on whom. But, yeah, one-on-one probably.
Swiftly.
Iranians are Persians. I think a lot of that kind of area was Persian. But yeah, I think it's included in sort of the Persian.
Upon the wind.
Damn it. Okay, they got an assist. They're everywhere. I do have one on the channel right now. Oh god. He jumped or flashed this wall or something.
Breathlessly.
An enemy is
Come on, man. I'm not really sure about the ancient geography and the different classifications for different people.
Swiftly.
Persia had a lot of property at some points in history, so I don't know. Yeah, I just gotta not get hit by a stray, like, Porky Rocket.
In harmony.
He soloed him. I don't know about that. Jesus. He would have died if I didn't do that, though. It sucks I got the gold, but I can put it to some good use. Now, we'll get Ardent with this. Even though Ardent's not like... It's actually pretty good with Master Yi. Jesus. Boys, please. Yeah, that's a good point. A lot of modern day lines, like political boundaries, were colonial products. Usually just based on geography more so than culture. That was definitely a huge problem with the... Well, that is true. It might be better on me than Lee at this point. With the, damn it, what? The India-Pakistan border. That was a disaster when they drew that in. And still is having huge problems today. They like, drew the line just like straight through a couple of the cities.
As you wish.
They're just like hard line. You know, this is Hindu, this is Muslim. We really have to start watching out for this dude, though. Everyone just keeps face checking him.
Swiftly. Breathlessly.
They might Baron off of that.
In harmony.
I need to go buy soon, but yeah, the India-China thing's complicated too. That was pretty disturbing when I saw that in the news. I don't know a ton about that story, but I saw like troops skirmishing on the border between India and China. I'm like, two nuclear powers with like 1 billion plus population each having a little scuffle. Doesn't sound like good news.
With ease.
Okay, I was hoping he would just try to jump on me out of the bush. That's obviously a bait. Oh god. he had package? Was I just not listening properly? I guess I wasn't. So I would not have gone over there if I knew he had package.
Has been slain.
Damn. Alright, well that was dumb to go over like that. I just wasn't paying attention, I guess. Just talking too much.
Upon the wing.
I don't know. I don't think really like raw numbers matters that much with Modern Warfare. I mean, maybe somewhat people on the ground. I think technology is a much bigger, might die. This luck matchup feels terrible though, I'll tell you what. Why does he heal? Oh, he's got freaking death stance.
Gale wind.
Lee just feels so bad.
Breathlessly.
They might be on. They're probably on Baron. Kha'Zix probably does like 2,000 damage a swipe to Baron right now.
In harmony.
I don't know if that's how it works necessarily. Maybe. If you have the same amount of tech, I guess, you know, more men is good. But, you know, if we're talking like one army has, I don't know, 100 million and another army has 300 million, but one army has, you know, 20 times the number of, like, top class jets or something like that.
With ease.
I'd go with the jets. Or whatever, you know, technological thing you want to think of.
In harmony.
Kha'Zix is so freaking obnoxious when he's ahead.
For tranquility.
I'm not saying, like, I mean, I think China probably outweighs India on all of those fronts, as far as, like, tech and people. I don't know, India has a lot of people, but, okay, that's a nice pick. Okay, maybe. Yeah, this might be what we need right here. Okay. I gotta try to zone Kha'Zix, but it's so spooky because, you know, he's gonna one-shot me. That was a terrible place. Don't ever put your ward there, guys. You have to put it at the back of the pit. They got package. don't know. I mean, the thing is, both of them have nukes, so, like, if you got a bunch of nukes, like, you can just, you know, just destroy everybody at any point. It's not good. I think both of those countries realize that. Hopefully they figure out whatever's going on over there. Let's see, 1, 2, okay, I'm just gonna get, I guess, Ionians, just because I need my control wards. Alright, good. Stop them from getting dragon.
As you wish.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
You can get away without getting tier 2 boots for a long time on Soraka, because you have so much natural movement speed. Depends on how the game's going. So if you want that extra 600 gold to get to your first or second item faster, you kind of have a bit more flexibility. Okay, we need to wait on Jen.
Swiftly.
Okay, come on.
Breathlessly.
Okay. I'll go ahead and just heal everybody up there, just so we can keep pushing. Woo. That was a big old shield. In that Kha'Zix situation, man, I just shielded. I healed Lee for like half of his health, and then I shielded him for like a ton, or the Master Yi. He does have Death Stance too. I want to see a replay of that. Nice, Jesus. I mean, Yi, yeah, if he gets ahead, everybody knows how Yi works. So you do not get free wins in promos to plat. Every other division, I think you get free wins. I would invite Jason to play, but I'm worried that he's gonna say no because we're losing so much. Or maybe he feels bad about me, like, and he doesn't want to lose as much or something, but I don't care if we lose. It's all, League is all about having fun in the losing process, you know? Hold on, I want to see a replay of that one play real quick. What's a free win? So, if you are below, if you're gold or lower, you get a free win if you've already, because I was Platinum 4 a couple of days ago and we got demoted on the alt account. And you're supposed to, in all of the other divisions, if you get demoted or you fail a promo series, you get a free win, but you don't get a win going into, well, I mean, part of the reason I can have fun with it is because it's not my main. That's another, you know, cool part about having an alt is it's like, all right, I can practice new stuff, and I'm just not like as, you know, as stressed out if I lose. I'm just trying to get better. Okay, you lost me. What is this fun you speak of? I just want to see this big shield here. That was ridiculous. Yi triggered like some healing too off of Death's Dance, I think, off of that. At the same time, but I just want to. Because I think the Death's Dance, the delay, the 30% delay was huge. Oh my god. Bam! Look at that. Like, he was literally, look, before he alpha'd, look at his health. I thought Kha'Zix was going to kill him right there. How did Kha'Zix not kill him with an isolated Q? He had like 100, he had like 200 HP. How did Kha'Zix not kill him? He didn't auto. Oh, Yi meditated it, I think. Yeah, Yi's, right? I don't know what happened. Did Yi meditate it? Yeah, he's, I think he meditated the Q. Yeah, it seriously just healed him for probably like 800 and shielded him for another like 500 or something like that. Because that was like a full Athene stack, I think. How many charges of Athenes do I have? I have 153 right there. Or did I have? Let's see. No? Yeah, I did. Hold on. Let me see. Alright, so I had... No, I only had 64. Maybe some of his stuff healed him too. I don't know. That was pretty big. Because I should only heal off of Athene's, and I only had like 100 stacks of it there. I guess he had a lot of healing at the same time. He probably double struck. He had Death's Dance, fully stacked Conqueror, Blade of the Ruined King, and another Vamp Scepter. So he had 22% natural lifesteal, and then 23% off of everything steal. I don't know what his secondary was. He could have had Ravenous Hunter also, or the lifesteal rune as well. So he could have had like 30% lifesteal, like whatever, 20-something% heal on everything. Got the double strike or whatever. Double strike with Ginsu, so got like a triple hit or something of true damage. And then my shield probably healed him for a little bit. I don't know, it's just a lot. Alpha. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty gross. Yeah, I healed him for probably something like 100 or something, and probably shielded him for like, I probably shielded him for like 500 or something. Because I had, like, this is going to heal for the charges that I had. I don't have Revitalize or anything, but that does apply to plus healing and shielding. I had 20% plus healing and shielding. So yeah, this probably healed him for like, I don't know, 200. And then my shield, I don't even know. This probably had like, this probably had like 100 AP. It has 60. It has like 160 AP. It's a 0.7 ratio. I don't know. Yeah, I probably did shield him for like 300 or 400 and healed him for like 200. It was a lot. Lulu's shield is a little bigger, yeah. Lulu's shield is 240, I think. Janna's shield's 220 still, I believe. Lulu's is also on a lower cooldown. But Janna's has a bigger AP ratio on it. So once you have that many items, I'm pretty sure Janna's ratio is bigger. Once you have that many items, I think Janna scales better. The shield portion does. 0.6. Okay, so not that much less, but yeah, it would be a little bit bigger. Has a slightly lower cooldown. It's a shorter range. The 650 range is a big deal. Janna's is 800. I don't know. I'll have to try Lulu out again. I know she's more popular right now than Janna is, but she's so slow. I mean, I guess you could take Ionians or something. I mean, I do have Lulu. I could try her out again. Historically, I've had way more luck on Janna than Lulu. Like, the biggest difference is that Janna is way faster than Lulu, so it's so much easier to position and roam in fights and have better vision control. You have better peel also, so that saves you from, you know, when you're trying to rotate or have vision control if people jump on you. Lulu does a lot better at buffing up single targets. Janna's heal is really big again, like to heal a lot of targets in a team fight though. So it just kind of depends. 10 minutes, huh? All right, let me feed the cat, grab a drink of water real quick, and then we'll be back. Yeah, I think it's kind of situational. Probably in a lot of comps, if your ADC knows what they're doing, Lulu's going to be a little bit better. Like in pro or like challenger level play, Lulu's probably going to be a little bit better. Well, Lulu's harass is kind of like a little bit better. You have to get closer. Like Janna, deceptively, that W has a pretty long range. And does quite a bit of damage. So it does like 85 and then 25% of your movement speed. I think it's total movement speed, or is it bonus? Bonus movement speed. So what is that? Probably like 140 at level 3. Lulu's is 160. Okay, yeah, I mean, hers does hit harder. I don't know. Maybe I could try her again. You do have the option of following it up with a Glitter Lance, though, which is 80. Whereas Janna really has one trade button. Yeah, I mean, Lulu's going to be a bit stronger in lane. She's less safe. So Lulu's like a lot better at buffing up one person, and she's just a lot less safe, but she's just like more offensive, and Janna's more defensive. Sadie? Come tell the people how you feel, Sadie. Come here. Come here, bring it in. Bring it in. You want a hug, don't you? Come here, Sadie. Come on. Come on, girl. Come on. She's like, you're trying to do something weird, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, okay, we got her. Oh, we got her. Tell the people. Tell the people how you feel. Tell them. Say it in the mic. How do you feel? She says, I don't know, man. What's the right answer? What do I have to say to get food? Okay, I'll be back in just a second. Let me give the cat some food. Yo, yo, yo. Alright. Alright. Oh, I have to get out of this. Spec him. Let's spec him. Alright. 10,000 more viewers with the cat on the screen. Let's do a Sadie cam. Yeah, she'll come back asking for more here in a second. Guaranteed. Kawaii. What is kawaii? Should I even ask for that? I think I looked at Twitch one time. I was looking for Final Fantasy 14 streamers. Just to get a old sense of the game. And there was some girl, there was a streamer named Kawaii Girl. And I was like, what is that? She looked like she didn't play that. She was just kind of a variety streamer. She had quite a few viewers, like 300 or 400. I think, I can't remember, but. Oh, yeah, we're backseating the hell out of him. No, just putting something on the screen we can talk about while we just wait a couple minutes on him here. Positioning ground Baron's good. Tell it to follow him around. Mikote? What is a Mikote? I don't know what that is. She just looks like a white girl to me. I don't know. I haven't tried Yumi. I haven't seen a Yumi since the nerfs. Catwoman. Oh. She just looked kind of normal. I don't know. Jason's doing pretty well. He's getting out farmed kind of hard. Oh my god, that Ari's 20 and 4. I just noticed that. Holy crap. Well, I mean, he's 11 and 7. Yeah, they're just kind of bleeding out every objective. Oh, they have Ashe support. Oh. I mean, I guess the enemy has Karma ADC. But they also have Horn. Almost 16 Horn. Their damage is pretty low. But So it's like a... I thought it was like you're into anime or something, but it's like a Hawaiian thing. Okay. I mean, Jason's team does have the, you know, they have the damage, sort of. But a lot of it's going to come down to Kindred and Jason, if they can stay up. Jason's the Azir. I mean, their damage is pretty low. They've got Kayn, it's Red Kayn, and Ahri. And neither one of them do a lot of sustained damage. Ahri's basically full build also, so she's not getting that much stronger. So yeah, she's really fed right now, but if they could make it another 5 or 10 minutes. Ezreal's like super far behind on his build. I don't know. There's some people on our channel that really like the Ashe support without the Ashe. Not saying anyone specifically. There are some people that are believers in the Ashe support. I am not. But I think if you're gonna pick something with expensive items, it needs to be like a lot of damage, like a lot of base damage, like a Zyra, Brand, stuff like that, maybe. Ooh. Kindred getting it. Okay. Darius for cleanup. I think JCC might be able to come back in this. I mean, she does have slows. It's just she's really squishy and immobile, and oh god, that was not good. I mean, there's people that believe in kind of like every sort of support you can imagine. You know, when we get hundreds of people in here every night, it's probably. I mean, it does have Initiate, you know, with the arrow. She should definitely have Umbral Glaive. I mean, I don't like full lethality Ashe, but that item, if you're ADC and you're running support, you have to get that item. Like, that's one of the main reasons you would even consider an ADC or an AD support. Oh no, he said it's over. Okay, I guess he tuned in. Well, we were theorizing. Server maintenance, what? Oh, that's just a glitch, right? Yeah. Yo, what up?
Before we play, are you sure you want to play with me?
Yeah, man.
Alright. I'm...
Wait a second. These players do not have the same game version as the party owner. Player has no name. Did they do an update? Hold on. Let me relog.
Oh, I was saying I have to restart.
Yeah, I'll restart too here real quick.
Okay. Alright, I'll be back.
Yeah, see, he's just kind of down on his luck, I think, and he was just... I know how it feels, but I really don't care if we lose or not. I'm just trying out some stuff, just trying to get a little better. It's fine if we lose. Just trying to get better and then go on the main. I really don't want to get demoted out of Diamond, but I know people like to see me play on the main. Some of these games, it's just like... It's just so snowbally, and it's so, like, champ select dependent, it feels like a lot of the time. But, I mean, I would like to try to climb up to Masters. It's just, I gotta get a little bit better. And I'm trying to dust off the Enchanters. You know, I haven't played them a ton over the last, like, year or so. So, like, your Janna and Lulu especially. I played some Soraka over winter. I played a decent little chunk of Soraka over the winter, but, you know, transitioning away from Rakan and Maokai, the island of Kauai. I think I've heard that kind of, like, what does that mean if someone says Kauai whatever? Like, is that someone who's opulent or something? Someone who's very, I mean, do I need to look this up?
My last 4 games I played, I should have won them all.
That one, I mean, I was talking with the stream. I don't know if you saw that or not. We were specking it while we were waiting, and I was like, I think maybe it can come back.
So
but...
I was doing all right until the very end, and then I just started getting tilted, and I was getting mad, and I was just, I mean, in spot, and then I can't believe I lost to ADC Karma. I'm never gonna live till.
Bro, I don't know. I don't know how y'all lost that either, dude. You had support Ash. I mean, what could go wrong?
Yeah. Look at, dude, I went 4-0, 14-7, 8-8, and 12-15. Just lost everyone.
Oh, it means cute. Now, lock it in, boy. Let's do this.
Alright.
We're going straight
Maybe
to.
my luck will change.
We're going straight to Grandmaster.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Japanese for cute. Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, someone hit me up on Grindr the other day. It's Kawaii Guy. So I was like, what's that mean, man? He's like,
You know exactly what that means.
he's like, meet me out behind the Walmart parking lot and I'll show you.
Oh my god.
I told him my wife went to sleep at 11, his wife went to sleep at 10, so we're gonna meet up at we're gonna meet up at midnight.
It's a party. On the bright side, I'm on vacation, but my league luck has been about as bad as it can get.
We'll see if we can turn it around. No thanks, Bass.
God. Alright, take a deep breath. If we lose this, I'm gonna start drinking.
That's right. Take a shot for every Volibear top lane.
Dude, I'd be blacked out.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't want to get hospitalized here.
Yeah. I don't even want to win all my games. I just want to win one game.
It's not far-fetched.
I could just take a victory, dude.
There you go. We'll get you one. I'm not surprised you're an Inazag. I am not surprised.
All right.
ETG Vanessa. It's an old meme on the channel, guys. That was from like a year or two ago. I don't even remember what started that, but that was like an old meme on the channel. Gotta start cranking that Monster Red Bull.
Dude, I just got some coffee right now. I'm getting ready, dude. We're staying up all night.
I forgot I have
Ain't going-
this stupid like meeting thing tomorrow, so I don't know. I might just stay up too. We'll see.
Hell yeah, we're canceling that meeting. We don't got time for meetings.
It's like these teaching like seminars. They're okay. I mean, I like that they're trying to enrich us and give us seminars and stuff. Hey, thanks. But they hadn't even like guaranteed they were going to give me any classes. They finally sent out an email and they're like, probably. We're going to schedule over the next few days. You're probably going to get some stuff. So I was like, okay.
All right, let me switch my runes up for this.
But I just show up to everything that's easy, especially if it's online. That's what my wife does. She'll sit in on these like meetings at work. Anything that anyone like in her her company So even if it's not related to her, even if it's a bunch of like scientific stuff that she has no clue what they're saying, she'll just go to it, just the Zoom meeting, and just sit there, not say anything. And she's like, I'm there. I'm doing stuff. But I just go to like anything, any speaker, or whatever. Like if I can ever do anything the department's doing, I just go. Just so my name's out there. They're like, hey, he's around. He's doing stuff.
Pleased to meet you.
Team actually looks pretty good.
Uh-huh.
Got a legit support, legit 80 carry, jungle, top, mid.
It's
What could go
nutty.
wrong?
That is nutty.
I'm jinxing ourselves right before we get in the game.
That's right. $72 straight with no breaks. Can't do that anymore, probably. I mean, I could, but my wife would
I
probably.
think 24 would probably be doable, but 72.
My wife would probably be like, "What the hell?" If I did, because I'd have to. I mean, my daughter would be like coming in here, like, Dad, come play with me. Let's go outside, Dad.
I don't even know if I could stay up 72 hours. That's crazy.
Daddy's grinding, can't do it.
Daddy's grinding.
Alright. We'll try out old Lulu again. I mean, she is stronger now. Like, I always feel like I should be doing well with Lulu, but then I'm just not. Sometimes, so I gotta pep it up, make some better decisions.
To Summoner's Rift.
I'm trying out the movement rune. I think that'll help a lot, hopefully. I don't know what to do for the secondaries. I think a lot of people just do Cosmic Insight boots, but
30 seconds until
like that's the biggest issue. Is she's so slow unless you use the W on yourself, but it's a really long cooldown. And you can't. It's just so hard to reposition in fights. Whereas like Janna's fast, Rakan can reposition. I don't know, man.
I just love
weird.
this game. Really just love this game.
Drive anyone insane. Big plays. Everyone tries to make the big play instead of the smart play. Guys.
Yeah.
Surefire route to silver. Oh, I should have let his shield wear out first. Lulu's shield is also non-decaying. It does fully disappear after like 2.5 seconds or something. Or is it? Yeah. Versus Janna decays over time, but can last for up to 5 seconds. So Lulu in combat, her shield also gets more value. I don't know the decay rate on Janna's shield, but it decays pretty quickly. So you probably lose at least 10 or 20 shield after 2 seconds. Maybe more than that. Okay. That's tough trade right there. Ash just watches. We had a chance for a 2v1, but I need to at least get my Q first, I think, before we can... We have a huge advantage, Ash. Their support was gone, and it's level 1. Oh, damn it. How did it take that? I should just push with the Q also, potentially. We just harass more with just the Q without the E. I thought about going like 3 points of Q, but you just can't. Like your E and your W are just too important. They need to make Lulu's Q where it doesn't have decaying damage anymore. That'd be nice. Q just doesn't do that much damage. That would be broken. That's how it used to be. Oh, adaptive force instead of AD on Janna's shield. That would be interesting. Lulu's W used to give AP in addition to everything it does right now.
Oh.
Oh, really? God. Doesn't heal. She's probably gonna blow her heal right here and still die.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I don't know. I mean, I thought about Guardian Lulu. Maybe should have run Guardian Lulu. Guardian did get nerfed a lot on this patch.
I recommend
Oh, come on. How does it not trigger it? Yeah, I messed that up, Ash. I thought my things were gonna trigger it.
An ally has been slain.
Okay, I mean, maybe I'll have to try out Guardian.
I have to get Seekers first, I think.
never look a tool in the eye.
Especially against like skill shot champs, like Blitz or Morgana or whatever. Like the extra movement speed is pretty huge on Janna. Like it's so much easier to sidestep all their shenanigans.
Yep. That tasted
Like it's still kind of hard to dodge it right now, and I have, you know, all that, like some bonus movement speed off of my runes. Holy.
An ally has been slain.
Well, he got that auto in.
I recommend
I was gonna flash, but I was like knocked up a little bit from his final Q. I guess I should have flashed earlier. Yeah, the red smite doesn't do anything.
Slain.
Or he had blue smite, okay. It did do it. Wait, why didn't he get an assist though? I guess you got the kill, he still got the assist. Well, I mean, Shin did come down also, so, I mean, like, I think we had even numbers, it's just... Aatrox's really big. if she put her head down, we could have killed him. Auto attack.
Shut down.
It's hard to auto as Lulu because you do too much damage when you single auto it. So you have to empower them with your E where they can last hit early on because your picks just does too much.
Oh.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, she got baited. We're gonna overstay. I guess by MLK you mean Mikhail's.
Oh my god.
Probably not.
Has been slain.
I think you just kind of have to get Ardent. It's just too good on her. With your W and your passive.
Shut down.
That might have just been a capital I or something for Mikhail's. Ah! So close. No. I mean, we're in there. We're actually about even. At least the ADCs are. Yeah, I knew what you meant. That's definitely a thought. The problem is, like, Mikhail's is not really that great on Lulu. It's okay, but she really doesn't benefit from plus healing and shielding as much as, like, some of the other people out there. Because her ult doesn't count as a heal, it's an infusion of health.
Slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, so it's not, it's like way better on Soraka. Like, Soraka's great because everything she does is like huge healing. But Lulu, most of her power is actually not, like, her shield's good, but it's in her W and all the stats and her passive that it gives to 80 carries.
Please bot side.
Okay. A nice, dang it, I'm 17 away. A nice sort of side effect of having Airy is you can W your 80 carry to give them Airy, and that'll give them the Ardent Sensor buff. That'll give them the Ardent Sensor buff, and then you can shield like your frontliner or something. Of course, if you have Font of Life, you can give your whole team Ardent Sensor, so with your W slow, or with your Q slow, so I don't know. I mean, maybe Guardian is still the place to be. I was just trying out Airy here, hoping we could harass some more. Yeah, I know it's 20% shield, but like your ult doesn't count for that. It does impact your E, which is nice, but I think Ardent Sensor is just so good.
Where are all these people coming from?
With her kit. Coming out of the hills.
No.
So like it's a good item. It's just not as good because she only has one spell that's single target that benefits from it. Unlike Soraka, where she has a multi-target ult, everybody benefits from it. She has a really low cooldown heal that benefits from it as well. And the same thing with Janna. She has a shield and an ult that benefits. So it's like it's a good item. It's just I don't know. I mean maybe, but I just feel like you have to get Ardent on Lulu. That's just like her marquee thing. Because you get so much value out of attack speed and movement speed. Just give your ADC more uptime for those really heavily empowered autos with the picks. There's a lot of different stuff you can do with her for sure. But plus healing and shielding, like, it's not like you want to completely avoid, you know, like redemption and, you know, any plus healing and shielding. It's just like, Mikhail's is pretty heavily budgeted towards that stat, right? It's got 20% on it. So it's like, yeah, the cleanse is extremely good, but I just don't know if I would rush it. You know, like, probably like third item or something, I'll probably get it, but...
An enemy is unstoppable.
If her ult was a heal, yeah, I'd get it for sure, but... like this situation. It depends. I mean, that would make her weaker to, like, ignites and stuff like that. But yeah, it would, they'd have to probably lower the flat amount. I don't know. I don't think that would instantly make her, like, must pick, must ban in pro with that change, but certainly be a nice little buff. No, get out, get out. So I had to ultra to knock him out. Disrupt his kick. They got 3 dragons already. We're doing alright except for that. That's a lot of feathers, man. Oof. Those feathers are on the ground for so long.
Dominating.
Why is he here? Does he even stay in top lane at all? Has he been in top lane? How is Shin not up like 100 CS?
Oh, I guess he is dead.
Yeah, he is dead. Again. Oh no. Okay, well that explains why our DPS feels so low. She went Trinity Force Ash. Like if she had gone Essence Reaver or something like that, I feel like we have a lot more damage. Like Trinity is like burst poke kind of stuff, but she doesn't have the, she just doesn't understand runes and items. Like you need to go Comet if you're gonna go for that. You need to max W, and that build has been nerfed a lot with the W change. Like we need her to do heavy sustained damage, and she just can't do that with Trinity. I think. I mean, I don't know. Seems bad to me. Especially with a Lulu, like you want to auto attack a lot when you have a Lulu on your team. I mean, I guess it does have 40% auto attack speed, but seems bad.
At least mid.
We got him right, okay. It might be ER then try. I mean, just Don't overthink it. Just Blather and King, Hurricane. Blather and King, Hurricane, Infinity Edge. Please. Doesn't have any damage. Did he not proto? I guess Lee does have a lot of HP, so he's so far ahead. But yeah, definitely with Lulu, you just want really attack speed heavy items. Like, you need to go attack speed builds, like on hit. Like, Blather and King would have been really solid here. Double down on the movement speed, got the lifesteal. The on hit. Probably should have gone for Athene's here, maybe. No, I'm going for Redemption. There's Zed. Zed's right there. Lee might be there. Aatrox might be there. Yeah, they want this dragon. Echo, dude, this is for Soul, man. You can't be on the other side of the map when Soul's spawning. Okay, wait, they have that warded, or he's just randomly throwing a Q? They have to have that warded. I think maybe right there is warded.
I recommend skipping.
Can we win a fight against them right now? I don't know. Something in here is warded. There we go.
Are we popping off now?
Hey, what's up, Will? Oh, did you become a member? Or have you been a member and it's renamed or something? Thanks for the support, man. See the green? I see you, green text. Silver 4, watch your videos.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Any tips? Well, I did just make a video like how to carry or like hand support carry where I talk about some of the kind of the newer tips I've thought about, but you know, to start thinking about macro, especially in plat, like how can you take your lead and influence other lanes? I could do Shurelya's also. Maybe I'll do Shurelya's here.
You'll see more when eyes close.
So, you know, try to die less, ward more, but think about, you know, who's ahead on my team, how can I help them, and just, like, help the successful people succeed more. You know, like, build certain items around whoever's doing well. Try to track the jungler a bit more. Something that I think has helped me a little bit recently is I played some jungle games, like, tried to learn jungle a little bit, just to understand pathing a bit more. Also, I was just interested in trying another role, but... Okay, that's unusual. I thought we could have fought that.
I thought so too.
But yeah, I just try to understand like jungle pathing and just sort of, game flow. I think momentum is a big thing too. You know, like for example, if you force the enemy into a bad back or whatever, you poke them out, they get it back. Instead of just resetting and backing yourself, you know, think, hey, my jungler's on this side of the map. Can we go make a play for Dragon or something like that?
I got a big thigh.
Also, oh, okay. Thanks, Will. Like, what was I gonna say? Yeah, learning how to let stuff go too is another big one. With, you know, sometimes if someone's on the other side of the map, you know, even if like you got to learn how to make the optimal play, not the the ideal play. That makes sense. So sometimes maybe the play is to go for Baron, but if someone on your team is not there for that fight, maybe you can't do it, right? Or maybe you have a really good chance to pick somebody off, but it's going to be a 4v5, and maybe you don't do that. So like right here, we don't want to go too far on this, because we don't know where everyone else is. And we know where Aatrox is top. He's running. I just want this experience though, also. So hopefully that gives you some ideas. I mean, these are things I've been really guilty of in the past too, especially when I was, you know, really having a hard time with Platinum. I've gotten to Diamond a few different times the last little bit, but before that especially, is I would just try to force plays that I think were the best if everyone was on board, but everyone wasn't on board. Or just try to overforce something, like you miss your engage on Rakan and you still just try to get more people on the back line. What's she? Okay, so she's getting Essence Reaver next, I think. Does Essence Reaver have a BF sword in it? I think it does. But it also has long swords. So Essence Reaver is kind of an okay build. Yeah, we don't want them to get this dragon for sure. Shin's got ult. Oh, come on, man. You know she's got Black Shield. You gotta wait till that Black Shield's gone. Need Shen to push side lanes. Nice. Yeah, Shen's just getting those side lanes. I don't think we want to force that. We don't want Lee to steal. And I mean, I can poly him. I think he can still smite even if I poly though. Oh jeez. Oh, he missed. Nice.
My damage is pretty high.
Yeah, that was nice.
Ash is not with us this fight.
Yeah, Ash just whatever ran bottom. It's like, nah, dudes. Yeah, Ash was there. Would have been easy cleanings, but
I mean,
But I mean, whatever. I mean, we have a mini map too. I mean, that's the exact thing I was just talking about to Will. Was it's like the correct play right there is to go help out the Shin and turn that around, because Morgana was really low. Like, we had a good opportunity, but Ashe just wasn't having it. So, you know, we should have just backed up. It's just one of those things where it's like I'm guilty of doing it too, way more than I should, but you just gotta say, all right, well, this person's, you know, not making the same call I'm making, so. Ashe's bottom too. That could be Baron. See if he wants to go for it. Hopefully he'd have the Lee syndrome. Damn, Boo.
Right.
Aatrox's flanking.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm coming here.
Okay, I can volley him. Or that. The order is given.
God. So close.
But yeah, that's what I would start with. I mean, obviously there's a ton of stuff, but I think that's the biggest thing is just go back, just think about certain plays, just say, all right, look, was I really aware of where everybody was in that fight, and was that the best call? Maybe I should change this account name to Kawaii Guy. What do you think? What do you guys think on stream?
What is it?
Kawaii Guy. I'm sure that's probably taken. So I was talking about earlier. We were talking about that term. Uh-oh. I'm getting bullied. He shouldn't have his stuff. He's gonna turn around and try to pop me, probably. Oh yeah, he wants it. I'm backing up. I got.
An ally has been slain.
I disapprove wholeheartedly. Kawhi Leonard. That's true. I didn't even think about that. Cute Leonard. I never thought about that. Is that really like? We need to get this. Oh, right here. Yo, Ashe, what the? Oh, Jesus, that might be a big problem. They all chased me for so long. I guess I bought sometime. Aatrox. I assume that name is probably already taken. I could make that like a Gmail address and force my students to send all the email to that or something. I'd probably get a call from something. I'd get a call from some department telling me not to do that. Yes, we have a couple of questions while you're having your students deliver all of their missives to your personal email address, kawaiiguy69@gmail.com. It's like, we've had a couple of students complain.
You're up, Lou.
That squirrel looks familiar.
Students would that'd be bad. You're not supposed to use personal email addresses. First of all, but that one, yeah, that one might get a couple of Office of Equity and Diversity or something like that, or some Title IX office or something. I feel like this is creating a hostile environment for your students. Our safe spaces have been overflowing lately with students from your classes over that email address. I don't know if Ash should be the one like face checking walking around for that Aatrox. Yeah, we're down Shin. Shin does have ult.
Please, bot.
Yeah.
I recommend skipping.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Ash is hot shot on CD. I assume so, but who knows?
Right here?
Holy. God, this Aatrox though.
Nope.
An ally has been slain.
Oh man, this Aatrox is just blowing us. Look at this item, dude. Like, when are they gonna nerf this damn item? Jesus. I mean, they just nerfed this patch. It's like a slap on the wrist. Like, it's too strong. Everybody and their mother's buying that item. It's ridiculous. Where is Ash? I have no clue. Honestly, I don't know. I need to be looking at the minimap better, I guess. I mean, we killed one of them. Like, that was a good pick, but then I even polymorphed the Aatrox.
Killed 3 of them and just got blown up by Aatrox.
Yeah, I could only poly him for so long. I mean, fighting in those tight corridors is tough. I mean, like, Azir does a lot of damage in the tight corridors, but like the Aatrox plus the Xayah was pretty rough.
Alright. Shield me and I think we can win.
Alright. We gotta kill Aatrox. He's so hard to kill,
I know.
but and he's got Spirit Visage and Death Stance and Cleaver.
I got Void now. That's
The classic Rito balance special, buy all tank items basically and do 100,000 damage.
really strong.
Holy sh! God. It's my bad. I shouldn't have walked that close. The dragon spawning in 30 and on the map. There's only been anyone that can face check. I guess like Shen can. That's about to flank. Dead before I can even. Oh my god, he missed the taunt.
We need to head back to that fight.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Did Zed always get it? It's probably better than Cleaver on him. I don't think always, but like he probably always should have. I mean, the item's just really OP.
Your turret has been destroyed.
If you're rich, especially. Damn. Being caught there is really bad.
Onward! Conquer!
You're not sacrificing that much AD, honestly, Alistair. Like, all of his items, like, 60 AD, 55 AD, 55 AD, Death Stance, 50 AD. Like, Death Stance has, like, 5 less AD than the lethality items. And it gives you a crap ton of resist, and lifesteal, and damage deflection. Wow, he got Gargoyle Stoneplate, huh? Okay.
Alright. Good old fighting these people.
Holy. Has Shin hit a taunt all game?
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
They are cheaper, but not that much. No, you couldn't get an item and a Dirk. An item and a Dirk would be 4,000 gold. But it has a lot of resistances on it too. Like, you're getting a lot of value. I mean, you're getting 30-30 on it, which is 1,200 gold worth of resistances, and effectively better than 15% lifesteal. 15% lifesteal would be like 600 or 700 gold. So you're getting like 1,500 gold worth of resistances or something on it. Yeah, you're not getting the lethality and the actives and stuff like that, but it's really good. I don't think you should rush it, but
To win a game?
it's gonna be impossible, man. I don't know. I mean, maybe I need to do Guardian Lulu. I just like Janna better. Janna's just safer. We'll get this next one. I can smell it.
Six and 12, 5 and 11, 4 and 7.
It's rough.
Man.
That guy is mad.
Oh man, I'm mad. Oh my gosh. I've had some bad luck tonight.
Yeah, we'll get it back. I mean, I did get caught at the end. I was a huge part of the problem down the stretch there.
I got caught a couple times too, but at the same time, it's just like we were in
Yeah.
that game.
We were, yeah. I mean, we just didn't. Just down the stretch, we just didn't have it. I mean, Shin just doesn't put out a lot of damage. If he hit like big taunts, I mean, maybe he did hit some and I just didn't see, but we just needed like one more thing going on. Like we did win a couple of fights, but Aatrox is just a huge issue.
Our Ashe was just awful. She did no damage in
Yeah.
fights. Like she could not.
Position. She's just running so much and not autoing. I mean, there were some times, you know, like if we're clearly winning the fight, where she'll put her head down and auto, but
Right.
you know, when it was getting a little spooky, she just lost so many autos just running. But yeah, I mean, Death's Dance is it's just overtuned. If we look at yeah, it is expensive. I thought it was 3,500. It was 3,600, but still, it's like 115% efficient without the passives. I mean, I guess it's including this spell vamp or whatever. Like, it's counting that probably a little bit more than it should. Although it does include true damage as well. It still is a great value item, and that doesn't include like the 30% delayed damage. Is pretty huge. You compare that to something like Youmuu's. You know, Youmuu's. So what was that? 120 or something percent efficiency. You know, Youmuu's is 78% in combat and 105% outside of combat. And it's if you use the active in combat, you get a little bit extra out of it, but
I must not fall. Let me guide you.
like once he has like Dustblade and Ghostblade, it's like what else are you gonna get? You know, you could get Umbral, you could get GA, you could get Cleaver. I think it's better than Cleaver, especially against our comp. We don't have any tanks other than like Shen, I guess, but I think it's a really good item on Zed. It's like a third item, third big item. You don't want crit. Champs that get lethality don't usually want crit. Because abilities can't crit. Hell yeah. Actually, into Ornn, maybe it's not as stupid as it seems.
We're scaling.
That's right.
That's all I gotta say.
Maybe he's gonna grace our presence with a tank Kassadin build. Some next level stuff. Maybe he's got some Iceborne Gauntlet. Little Death's Dance.
Now, if he whips out the Death Stance and casts it out, that's something I don't know.
He's on the next level. Are we voting in chat? Is he going tank Kassadin? What do we think? Is it OP? Blitz is not a face you want to see when you're playing Soraka, but if I get some swiftness boots, we can probably work around it. That is true too, Wings. It does have really nice components. I don't know if Frozen Heart Cassin's what I would want to see. I mean, it's like Ezreal doesn't really care about attack speed that much. Yasuo doesn't really care. I mean, it's nice, but like most of their damage is ability power. All caps build. Nah, he has a traditional build. At least that's how it appears. Blitz is a useless champ. Jolty loves Blitz. I don't know, like Blitz is just very one-dimensional, you know? He's either feels like he's super OP or he feels super worthless. We do have Rammus early on to, you know, give us some early game. Aphelios does have a root, also bot lane, so like we have some gank pressure, but not a ton.
Gracefully.
Azir with Hail and Ignite can do some damage to Yasuo early. I think hopefully he camps for Yasuo, or camps for Azir. He'll probably camp for Yasuo though. He'll probably go into the tower.
Yep.
Never wake up.
What's your opinion of M21? OP or what?
Has it all been spoiled?
I think so. I think some of it was out. There was one guy I saw on, he was doing a 24-hour stream that was using the new Jace on Magic Online.
I don't think I've seen that new Jace.
He's 4 mana, and you can use his loyalty on like both turns at instant speed.
Oh, I actually do remember because people were saying how kind of like crazy that could be to use like a Planeswalker ability on the opponent's turn.
Yeah, but it's you know, pretty. I don't know. The abilities aren't insane on it, but the fact that you can use it on both turns, it's basically one of them is just loot. Oh, he's gonna try to steal
like
this.
Alt, like something where he can just win the game.
The whole world in balance.
I can't remember.
Sure, big dog. Let's go.
Oh, they're coming.
Yeah.
Rotate.
Alright, Blitz.
Down the clown, baby.
Get beat down by the banana, son. Kawaii guys. 6-9 guys. That's a 4 a.m. statement. Alright.
That's right. That's right. We're down the clown for sure.
Kawaii guy.
To heal and protect.
I kind of like it. But yeah, he's got a +1 to loot, draw a discard, and then I forgot, it's like he starts with 3, I think, and then he has a loyalty that's like a bounce effect or something like that. It's like -3
Okay.
bounce a creature or something like that. So it's like you could +1 in loot when you set him down, and then on the enemy's turn you could bounce a creature and he'd be at 1 loyalty. It's kind of the main pattern you'd see him
Every step
with, I think.
a new journey.
And then I don't remember what his ultimate is. It's like 10. I think it's like -9 or -10. Take 2 turns after this one.
Gotcha.
There were a couple in there I saw that looked kind of cool. We're roaming up here level 2, I guess. I don't know.
Also, these problems.
He's gonna run. He's probably got it warded.
Never waste a breath.
I like this guy's looking for it though. There was one, it was like a cat card, like 9 lives or something, that I thought looked kind of interesting.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, it was kind of...
Where?
But you can still lose the game. So if it was one of those, like, you can't lose the game card or something, that could have slotted in well with, like an ad nauseum deck, but...
You just really want to play that deck.
Yeah, dude. Looks great. They did bring back
Yeah,
Infernal Tutor. I still think Death
They
Claw
are
is just better.
reprinting Grim Tutor in
Oh.
the M11, I think, too.
Or yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, it was Grim Tutor.
Be at peace.
So you could do a like maybe with Teferi, and then you could cast it at the end of their turn if it was like a combo deck or something.
Has been slain.
One to simply not fight Soraka 1v1. I mean, she's pretty good 1v1 actually. Like, the Q does pretty good damage and slows and heals, and it's on a low cooldown. Like, she certainly beats up Blitz level 1. You know, it sounds weird because you're like, oh, Blitz definitely kills Soraka. It's like, no, he doesn't. What's he gonna do? Hook you and punch you? Like,
I heed their call.
Yeah, I'll go Enchanters first.
Diabolic Tutor.
Very good tutor.
That's the old school, just 2 go get a card, I think, right?
You get the Psychic Creature.
Oh, Sack a Creature. Demonic Tutor's the original
Demonic
one.
Tutor is the one you're talking about.
It's the OG.
Yeah, that's the OG.
I still think Wishclaw Talisman is really underplayed in some decks. I was talking about that a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago. It's like 2 for that, 2 for an artifact, 1, or it's like 1 black and 1 for an artifact, 1 tap, go get any card out of your library, give it to an opponent, tapped. You can only do this during your turn,
Lend my aid.
but it's basically 3. It's pretty much Infernal, or whatever, the 3-cost tutor, because that's sorcery speed also. But you would only do it in a combo deck, probably. Versus, I guess, you could do it just in like a Silver Bullet value deck or something. The 3-cost tutor. Oh, whoa, okay. How does he already have that back up? I believe he had Ignite back up. It's the Hook of Destiny. They have that warded? I don't know. They're acting a little spooked. So y'all don't think it would be hip for a guy in his mid-30s to have a screen name called Kawaii Guy? You don't think the students would respect me more for being hip with the modern lingo? Oh my god. How did they hit 6 already?
An
We're-
enemy has been slain.
I was pushing into them. I don't know.
Where
Oh.
am I needed?
I done got goofed on. I should have just backed. Cassio, what? Strongest level 1 champ? Cassio runs out of mana level 1.
The whole world in balance.
Strongest, like, I'm gonna 1v1 you and kill you level 1 champ. I don't know, I'd have to think about it. Lee Sin's pretty good. Like, if we're talking, like, 1v1, like, it's a team fight, or, like, a team fight level 1 champ, like, you're invading with your team, like, probably Braum. Or maybe Alistar. Probably Braum. This passive does quite a bit of damage if you get it on multiple targets, and it can work on a lot of different people.
This is my time.
In the way. Today.
I'm just probably dead. Oh, never mind.
Has been slain.
Jason to the rescue. 2v1ing him, no problem.
Every step, a new journey.
Did he flash or? Yeah, he flashed. Flashed E over the wall. This Ezreal is sweating hard, dude. God, the block. Oh, whoa, what? Oh, I thought Aphelios would go hard on that. I don't know. We didn't punish. Diamond. Ezreal's dead right there. You can't E forward like that in front of Aphelios. The creep block is real.
Careful.
Uh-oh. Okay. Is it Yas? Oh, okay, whatever. Manliest champ is Tarek. Braum's in the conversation. Probably Draven or Darius also. Garen, Jarvan.
Oh, I missed it?
Where am I needed?
Depends on how you're defining manliest, I guess. If it's Simp Nation, it's Braum. It's like Eastern European bodybuilder Simp Nation. We got Braum. Oh. My ult just came back up. I was hoping I could help you turn it.
The whole world in balance.
Set. Yeah, Set's pretty manly too. All this body figure shaming. I'm sitting here eating M&Ms. They're sitting here benching 600. I feel inadequate. My wife keeps calling me Set at night. I know she's thinking of him when she's with me.
This is my
Just gotta deal with the twisted fate.
That's right.
to heal and protect.
Whoa. What
I
was...
lend my aid.
I don't know what that was.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Oh, Lord.
What does he have? I ulted him and he went nowhere.
Gracefully.
Yeah. Oh, he put his pink there? Alright, that's... Alright, I guess.
What must be done?
It's so depressing for them. Like, they just had a really good catch on us. You know, they were trying hard, but they didn't kill us. And now we're both full health again. I feel like two Soraka W's. Best dad bod? Gragas. Yeah. Well, Gragas, I don't know. That's like, I guess sort of. Who's someone that's just like... There aren't many that are just like... kind of thick, but like not really like super muscular.
Thick Gragas skin, dude.
A fit Gragas skin is what they need. Female Gragas skin. Fit Gragas. I don't know, man. There aren't many characters that aren't like.
Probably gonna lose that drag, but we're getting.
They're just like a little chunky, but not like, not buff. That aren't like a meme. Hey, what's up, JPG? I think they were probably more like average, I don't know, it's tough, average body type women where it's like, yeah, they're attractive, but they're not like too over the line. And then the guys, it's like they're all hot, and then it's Gragas. There's no way he was gonna live. Graves, yeah, maybe Graves. Graves is like, yeah, okay. Buy into Graves. It's like, alright, he's in some shape, but he's not like bodybuilder. Kinda, you know, kinda laid back. Smokes his cigars.
He's the Arnold of League.
That's right.
Arnold used to smoke cigs. Probably still does.
To heal and protect.
It's a little spooky to clear this, but Kog'Maw, yeah. Dude, are these clowns for real? How did they know I was there? Is that seriously worded? Okay. Oh my god. Well. Oh my god, the Triumph procs. T Professo? Hold on, sorry, I can't read that. Give me 1 second.
Oh, I'm so sad. I need to learn how to drift.
Every step, a new journey.
How's it going tonight?
An ally has been
Hey,
slain.
hey, thanks, little Takash. I appreciate it. The W, then I can sleep. Okay. This one's looking.
Don't say anything. Shut up. Shut up. Shut
This
up.
one's
shut up.
looking neutral. I have no opinion on this one.
I have no opinion either. I had to catch you in the moment. Okay, Philios, I see you.
Yeah, we don't have Rammus here.
We got a tower coming up. You guys want to push with me?
I could combine two characters, which two? I don't know. It'd be fun for me to play with, or like balance-wise, what would be most like balanced yet interesting? I don't know. It's kind of, I've never been asked that one. My immediate first thought was Thresh Rakan, but but that would be OP.
I heed their call. This is my path.
Make like the most interesting champion. Rakan and something as far as supports go. I think he's my favorite. I think he's one of the more interesting, unique champions. Mobility's really fun. How about Yasuo Rakan? Oh, he real mad about that heal on Cassidy. Cassidy was actually dead. You me, Rakan. There you go. People love it. Whenever you jump to somebody, you go inside them like you me. For the duration of the shield. Your ult, when you're running around in your ult, it's the Yumi ult's also going off. Your shield also heals. Also gives attack speed.
An enemy has been slain.
Shit.
There we go. Go, Cassidy, go.
An enemy has been slain.
Go, Cassidy, go. Oh, no, Cassidy,
Ally
no.
has been slain.
Go, 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 no! Damn, I could have ulted in there somewhere. I just couldn't look and see what was going on because I'm getting chased by Blitz. That would be sick. Yeah, the Rakan ult, Yumi ult's going off, you jump to people, you shield them for 3 seconds, you go invulnerable while you're inside of them. And you give out, you heal them, and you give out attack speed and movement speed.
Oh my god.
The whole world in balance.
Should have moved a little bit faster on that. Okay, he's TPing middle. He's not like a super important dragon, but it's fine. What's the other one? W. W would just be Rakan's W. Who cares on the Q? Just pick one. Is a guided Rakan Q. Yeah, there you go. It deals damage and heals you
This is my
and your
path.
closest ally.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
It'd be permaban. I mean, it'd be like hot fixed immediately.
Probably buried you.
Yeah, probably just get out of here.
I want to stay and try and kill him, but we gotta do the smart play.
Guided Rakan Q. We're about to have a smart play right here. Oh, YOLO Q action. Can we just, like, get out of here?
Oh, I saw that.
Just came back up.
Oh my god, we gotta win.
I think they're all coming up.
Alright, I'm going
The hotfix would be delete the champion. Soraka, but instead of the silence on her E, just make it Yumi's W. Yeah. That sounds awesome. Uncounterable, but just heal whoever, whenever, and Q and ult. I like that. Simple, yet ridiculous. I love it.
A piece of mine.
But I don't know, as far as like something balanced where you take like themes or like styles from different champions, I'd have to really think about that. Oh, you thought you were gonna hurt him, huh?
Hell no.
That's right.
Hell no. Where you at, Orin?
Yeah, beta TF. Yeah, just pull out some beta champions. TF's like ult was a basic ability with like a 30-second cooldown or something. Maybe even lower than that, I don't remember. 5-second stun on his gold card. I don't think it was that extreme, but I think beta TF, yeah, it's
Actually gonna happen.
considered the most OP champ of all time. I don't know, man. We may all just dive the fountain here. Oh my god. Gone. Gone, isn't it,
Oh, my hands cramped.
Sadie?
Oh my god, we finally got a dub. Hell yeah.
AP, nah, he was, I mean, he was okay, like, in his day, but I don't know. It's something in the beta is going to be the most OP thing of all time. People were just like, oh man, Janna with Ardent Sensor, or Black Cleaver with whatever. And the Cleaver, I don't even think the Cleaver meta, I don't know. I remember the Black Cleaver meta. It was like, it's alright, but it's not.
Ooh, doing some damage.
That's right. Season 3 Cass, I think, was the most banned champion persistently, like, all time. It was like 90% ban rate. Let me say...
Gosh, dude.
I don't know if I agree with that.
The last 3 games we played, I had 15 kills, 14 kills, and then 15 kills again. Killing them.
Got him.
But if the real question is how many have I won? One. But we're turning it around.
There you
We're
go.
turning it
More items.
around. Are you in your promos to go back to plat?
Yeah. Yes, sir. XL. I'd have to watch it and see. I don't know. Old Soraka wasn't OP. I played her. I fell down to like today what would have been bronze 4 or bronze 5 when I first started the game. Okay, who's it have listed? It's not showing me a list, but Kindred, no. Cassidon, yes. Season 3 is probably on the list. Azir, I don't think so. LeBlanc, probably not. Vayne, probably not.
I'm as old as deer.
I mean, these champs were good. Zyra, definitely not. Thresh, no. Yeah, this guy's got it figured out.
When his WE used to knock people up.
There you go. Maybe that wasn't everybody, but right here, yeah, he's got it figured out. On this one, 95% ban rate, the most powerful champ of all time. It has a picture of Cassidon on it. Yeah, he's up there for sure. Look and see. Competitive league. I mean, a lot of people aren't counting the beta stuff, but yeah, like TF and beta was definitely there. Jax, I've heard that before. I don't remember Jax's thing. I know he had like his dodge was really good.
I must not fall.
What? What? Nidalee in pro? I don't know, man. I don't know if she was ever OP in pro. Maybe like the best Nidalees in the world. I'm not sure about that.
One of my buddies used to be really good on Nid back in the day.
Maybe he's looking at ban rates or something. Beta Twisted Fate. This guy has him at number 6. So they're mentioning beta stuff. Yeah, I've heard release Zen Zhao was really strong too, but I don't remember.
I remember when Vi was released and they used to play her mid. She was pretty good mid.
Double gold cards raised. Yeah. Oh, his old passive buffed nearby allies crits. His Q was an on-click silence. His W would give each auto bonus damage. His current ultimate was an E ability on an 18-second cooldown that was an instant cast teleport to anywhere on the map.
Not OP or anything.
Oh, Cogmaw though. Oh, is that like AP Cog mid or something? This man's about to have a tough day. I'm gonna shut that up real quick.
That's right.
Her ult blinded everyone. Invis. That sounds fun. Sounds reasonable. Her ult should still blind everyone for like 5 seconds. That'd be awesome.
So we scaling.
What do we? Okay. I think I go for that. Release Zen Zhao, Nidalee, and the one-shotting spear. No, dude, look. It's overrated. Yeah, like... What was the, Hot Shot GG with Nidalee. But I really, like, the one-shot spear was not that... She was still bad. Like, there's occasionally good Nidalee players. Cassidon, yeah. Old Rise. I mean, which version? 1 through 20. Unkillable Jax. This person says the Unkillable Jax. Grandmaster of League of Legends. His old Empower auto attack was an AoE cleave and not single target. Scale with damage and size, but the scariest part of his kit was the old Counter-Strike. Also stunning the enemy every time he dodged an attack. So he dodged everything. Basic attacks, abilities, turret shots, even the fountain laser, and every time he dodged something, he would stun someone near him. Okay. Okay, that sounds pretty ridiculous. I didn't play in the beta. I came in around when, like, I remember Rumble being released. That was like March or something of season 1. When is this damn meeting in the morning? Let me see here. It's an interesting one. It's how to deal with, or how to teach hot topics in your class. Say easy answer, don't. Done. Meeting over. Don't unless you have tenure or you have an unemployment wish, because you're gonna get some terrible evals from half of the class one way or another.
Seconds until minions spawn.
Look at that, Nautilus. Alright. I mean, my Rakan win rate on my main is, like, not that bad versus Nautilus. Like, Nautilus and Leona are thought to be, counter picks to Rakan, but in theory it seems like they should be, but Rakan does outscale him because he has a shield. They don't.
Minions have spawned.
Okay, let's see. 11 a.m. Come on, man. Alright. What if... Well, I mean, so if it's a topical course and students are opting into a topical course, if it is actually like a philosophy... I took a philosophy course that was called Contemporary Moral Issues. Like 242, it was an ethics class. I took that instead of classical ethics. I probably should have taken the classical ethics, but I was taking a lot of really hard classes, and it was a 200 level class instead of 300, so I was like, alright, probably be easier. And it was a professor that I really liked. I took him like 4 times for different classes, like half of my philosophy classes. So like whatever he's teaching, I'm taking. So yeah, I mean, if it's a class like that, if they're opting into it, then yeah, you got to talk about, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, if it's like a, like you said Middle East, like a Middle East politics class, you know, you're gonna be talking about the Middle East and politics. So I think there's a graceful way to do that. But if it's like a, you know, a composition course, my opinion is it shouldn't, but it can be done in a tactful way. I just let students opt into that if they want to. I mean, if they want to write about hot topics or political topics, and a lot of them do, then that's fine. But I just don't want to force them to do that if they want to, you know, write about, I don't know, certain movies or video games or something, you know, that's fine too. Fashion, whatever. I had one girl write one time about like 50s fashion, like hats specifically. That's her research topic. Like, all right. I just want that Cogmon to die a lot. That's what I want. AP Cog, not in my house. Nautilus might be roaming up on you.
Burn him. All right.
Okay, no, he's back. He just warded. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting conversation. Like these writing Like these seminars aren't just for the English class, it's for a lot of humanities classes. I think it's for even like science classes, so they're really trying to make it sponsored by the Writing Center. The Writing Center got a huge donation too in the spring, so they're really trying to like, you know, put that money to use. Oh, I think he could have gone hard on that, but
It's all filthy and dangerous, and that's why I love it.
so they're trying to bring in more like humanities, not just English type of stuff. And I'm trying to stay in the really good graces with the Writing Center too, because who knows, they might have some opportunities for me down the line too. Might get chomped here or something. Yeah. Oh, right on cue. He's out of mana. Who flashed? I know Nautilus had to have flashed somewhere in there. Trundle may have flashed. I don't know. I really need to pay closer attention to that. So, I mean, maybe they'll tell more people to, hey, like, let your students sort of lead the way. Your job is to inform and get students thinking critically, not to indoctrinate. I mean, maybe they'll say stuff like that.
I think Zaya told me to improvise. At least, that's the only part of the plan I remember.
Damn. Sorry to hear that, Paul. Hey, thanks, Spady.
Our people are bleeding.
Well, hopefully you get back on your feet soon. They are there to learn. I mean, I guess it just depends on what you mean by learning. I don't know. That's not my philosophy on it. Oh, they should be leading the teachers as far as what they want to learn?
How is that even possible?
Sort of. I mean, it gets really complicated sometimes. Because there are all sorts of hidden biases on all sorts of ends of spectrums that students could just not even be aware of.
We call life.
But I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it sounds more interesting than a couple of the other ones I've been to, so that's good. They're all like okay, but it's just like early in the morning. I'm just like, I already do most of this stuff.
Where you going? Where you going?
One of them was just about like telling students straight up what your expectations are early in the syllabus, especially for online classes, so they don't get confused or lost. It's like, well, no crap. I don't know. But there have been most of them have had at least a couple of things. They're like, all right.
Zaya, hey.
It's useful. Alright, so we are up. Felio still is very good, I think.
Got, I'll go on bot side.
Okay. Alright.
I am so into this.
GP usually does very well on a tanks if he's good. Yeah. I mean, Nautilus is a good good lane to gank for, especially because I think Felio still has his flash, actually. He could have flashed somewhere in there to get those kills. I don't know. They might be coming for us. Is she's 6?
I'm G to the D. Golden diamond, boy.
Oh yeah, baby, let's get him. I'm coming. I got him.
Alright.
Oh, this might kill me. No?
Yes.
World's a big place. Don't wanna miss any of it. There's wildness in the bees and the flowers.
Teachers should know. Well, no, it's. I don't know. It's complicated. I'm not sure if I needed a flash there. If Ezreal E'd forward, though, he probably could have killed him. It's just a different. I mean, different teachers have different philosophies about it. How much do you try to teach morality to students?
Long ago, I danced
How much are you, like, certain of your own morals, you know, compass? I think, you know, the best kind of morality, you know, and that's most impactful for people is stuff they learn, like, on their own, you know? Like, you give them stuff to think about, but you give them a lot of options. I really just think you just want well-rounded people who are thinking critically, regardless of whatever their conclusions are. I think if you can do that, you're a good educator. I think the most important thing is the process of thinking itself, not necessarily, you know, the conclusions that you're drawing from it. And I think sometimes that can stifle that. If you only give them one point of view, especially if they have another point of view, they might see you as, you know, an enemy. Potentially like half your class. I already said that, especially, you know, frankly, a lot of students on the conservative end of the spectrum are very wary of liberal arts professors, and, you know, like I said, they probably should be, because a lot of them, and they feel like they can't speak their mind, they feel like they can't engage with stuff maybe they have questions about, maybe they have a nuanced view of something that's considered conservative, but they're just afraid to even talk about it or explore it because, you know, they think that their teachers are going to butcher them on their grade unless they say exactly the talking point that the teacher wants. And that's true. It depends on the university, but in some courses, you know, in some classes, it's definitely true. Like I said, the university I'm at right now is a bit more open-minded about that type of stuff. But that's not to say if someone's writing something that's just like patently, you know, racist or, you know, homophobic or something like that, yes, you know, you got to intervene and say, hey man, like, let's, you know, we need to talk about this. But I think for a lot of stuff, most students are pretty measured and pretty reasonable about some of their stuff. There we go. But yeah, so I think it's just most important to think of how to think, not what to think, unless, once again, it's a topic class. But even then, even in like a Shakespeare or a literature class, it's like, yeah, there are certain things that Shakespeare actually wrote. There's a, you know, right or a wrong answer to what happened in Act 3. But I think the more interesting questions, even in those types of classes, are like, okay, well, what do we make of that? Like, how should we interpret that? What's the message? How can we apply that to a better understanding of the Renaissance or of Shakespeare or of contemporary issues or whatever your goal is? So I always think that the how is so much more important than the what when it comes to education.
I don't apologize for it. I feel good.
I don't think it's too late to teach morality. I think people can be influenced, but I think the way that the premise that someone's right and someone's wrong is a bad way to try to teach. In a humanities class, you know, if you're talking about building bridges or something, you know, yes, there's a right and a wrong way to build a bridge. One will collapse, one will not. You know? So, yeah, and like the hard sciences, you know, there's at least at a, until you get to start getting to the highest, like,
I'm TPing in.
Okay. The super creative levels, the super theoretical levels, then yes, there's going to be some established, you know, rules of the road. But I think, you know, morality is one of those things that's best to self-discovery, and it's just important just to give the students tools to think about it critically, you know, understand a bunch of different sides of different issues, and then draw whatever conclusions they draw.
They ain't
Yeah, kind of what Devious is saying. And once again, there are probably limits to that, you know. Student comes in wearing like a Ku Klux Klan robe and like trying to do a presentation on white supremacy and why it's the best and stuff like that. It's like, all right, you know, we're gonna have to, you know, draw some lines here, but and that type of stuff has never happened. But if it's you know, if it's reasonable, which most students are, then it, you know, and they're willing to consider other sides and have a conversation and at least represent research from multiple sides, then sure.
Trundle's on Rift.
The humans call it battle. It's just a dance.
Hey, what's up, Noam? What the hell?
Amber Alert.
Yeah. I woke the cat up. She's looking around. She's very confused.
Humans claim.
You disturbed my cat to try to find a lost child. How dare you? Calling city council. Oh god. That was bad. If he jumps his wall though. Oh god. Uh-oh.
You aren't a little frightened. Alive.
That was brutal.
Oh man.
Has destroyed
One genius that
That is, you know, that I've had students write about that before. That is a much more complicated issue, I think, than many people are willing to go that far. But
We just did pause.
I'm offended by how little attention.
that is kind of a hot button issue right now, so I'm going to avoid talking about that in chat. But I do think that, yeah, I've had students write about that.
your team has destroyed a turret.
I am only as
But I think that you're right, that a lot of, you know, there were some other things at stake than just racism in the Civil War, for sure. That's the marquee thing, but I think that there were some other motivations as well.
I'll just put that there. That's a good place.
Freeing slaves.
I don't need anything.
I would like to think it's, you know, I'm not an expert on it, but, you know, I would like to think that it was a humanitarian thing. What do we want here? Redemption or maybe just Australia's here? But there, I mean, there were definitely some economic factors to it. It basically bankrupted the South. And the South has been like ultra poor ever since. It was already more poor. But that, I mean, that was a thing. And then voting. Oh, hold on. That wasn't until a lot later, I guess. But how ahead is GP? Not that far ahead. GP's another one. He's like Ezreal, sort of, but it's like if you're really good on GP, then it can feel great, but a lot of people just aren't.
An enemy has been slain.
Humans make
He's got blue. Pretty obnoxious. Is he? Doesn't have much else yet. He does require a lot of items. I just didn't write that the main reason why the South lost the war was like logistics. Oh my god, yeah, that can't happen.
They're scared of dark.
Tank soloing
They're
our
scared
GP.
of magic. They are scared of where I come from.
Logistics, supply lines, yeah, manufacturing capacity, stuff like that. I don't know. I'd have to study it. It is all very interesting, though.
Ain't nothing I say should be taken serious. That's why it's the truth.
What's AP Kog'Maw like? What do you mean like? Is he good, or what do you mean like what he does? Basically, he gets tier. Usually it'll be tier, and then Rylai's Leandries, and you just spam your R. Just kind of like a budget version of Xerath. Looks like he's getting Lichbane, which I don't think is standard or good.
Fun. I need some fun. Now.
What? Kill him. Alright. We do have all the dragons, which is nice. These last couple games have been pretty good. As far as like close, you know, actual games of League of Legends.
I don't want a world that's safe.
I think I actually need swiftness here.
For humans, magic is like fire. For us, it is water.
Really? Goodness gracious.
Huh. I don't know. It is interesting to see like some international perspectives. I know we have people from different countries thinking about this. That is always fun to see like different perspectives. So like, I think DM, you're from England, aren't you? Or UK?
I dance because I'm free. Look right. I got my moves. Time to show it. They're gonna try and test me.
Oh, Spain. Okay. Living in Australia for the last 5 years. Gotcha. Okay, so way off. I always feel bad. 'Cause I feel like people know way more about American culture than I know about all these other cultures around the world. Like, I know a little bit about, like, 19th century. Get that thing.
Humans think that to believe in something you have to see. That's it, right?
Might be able to get off this.
So we're just gonna chase Ezreal around.
I can't do that, dude.
Okay.
I'm too low. I mean, I can back a TP.
Nah, it's fine. Our DPS is probably a little low. There were a lot of abolitionists in England, Great Britain at the time, I think.
Should I be running? I should probably be running.
But I don't know. I feel like, honestly, right now, there's probably... I'm not, like, a grand historian, but I feel like this has to be one of the most tense cultural times since the Civil War. Hopefully we do not get another Civil War. Hey, what's up, Tarek? I mean, maybe like 1960s. It's definitely since the 60s. Most tense time. Culture war kind of thing. But I feel like it's even crazier now than it was, or even like more tense. Because I feel like it's so many things right now. It's not just race. Like, it's a lot of stuff. There's like economic stuff. I'm sure there was in the 60s too, but a lot of things. But there's like huge differences about almost everything. It's like science, race,
It's all right. It's okay. I'm staying alive.
just everything. People just need to start seeing, like, the biggest thing, and I say this over and over again, you can disagree and still be civil. You can disagree about, you know, certain issues. Like, reasonable people can disagree. But it's like, you know, it's just so heated. It's like if someone disagrees with you, like, it's getting to the point where they're just like, they're a monster, you know, if they disagree with you on anything. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Hell yeah.
This thing's at like 11. What am I looking at? It's at 346. This thing's at 11, so that means I need to get up at like 10:30.
What we doing?
Back to sleep after that. What are we on here? Oh, we did get, yeah, we got promoted right there. Nice. Wait, did we get a win? A free win then? One free win?
No, I don't think so.
I just won
think
3
we
there.
won 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I just won. I think I'll have to get back at you tomorrow because I do have to be somewhat conscious for this in case they, for some reason, ask me to talk. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. We can hit it up, go hard. You know, I'll be back on around 11.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
I'm off tomorrow, so I'll be ready to go.
Be cranking. I mean, if you're on, I don't know. I probably won't be on, but if I play like one game in the middle of the day or something, I'll hit you up if you're on too.
Yeah, actually, just let me know.
Okay.
I'll be on.
Okay. All right. See you, man.
All right, dude. Good games. See you.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, I gotta get out because I gotta get some stuff done in the morning. I probably have to go to the grocery store too. Got a lot of things going on, but anyways, thank y'all very much. We got to play some different stuff tonight, so that was fun. We got re-promoted. Hopefully we can win some games on the main eventually. You know, it's been pretty rough. But I will try to do an all-roll tier list for you tomorrow. Trying to bring you a video a day. It's been a bit later. I thought maybe I could get it done by 3 p.m., but I'm just sleeping in. You know, because I'm staying up so late here. I'm not getting up till like, 1 or 2. And then we've got to, and then I like my daughter wants to hang out in the middle of the day, and it's the schedule's been hard to get to 3 p.m. But I am trying to bring you at least one video per day before the stream. But anyways, okay. Well, that's gonna be it. Thank y'all very much. Have a good day, and we'll see everybody next time.